Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. Tonight we journey to the spring of 2007, to the quiet suburbs of Surrey, England, where a successful young woman's life would end in unimaginable violence during what should have been an ordinary first date. This is the story of Kate Beagley, a woman who had everything going for her, whose bright future was extinguished on a bench overlooking the River Thames. It's a story about trust misplaced, about evil hidden behind a charming smile, and about a father's worst nightmare coming true. Let the details wash over you as we explore this tragic case, piece by careful piece. Kate Helen Claire Beagley was 32 years old in the spring of 2007. She lived alone in a neat apartment in Nelson Close in Walton-on-Thames, a peaceful community in Surrey where neighbors knew each other and children played in quiet streets. Kate was a driven young woman who had graduated with a degree in sports administration and worked her way up through the ranks at British Gas, where she had been employed for 10 years. By 2007, she had established herself professionally, securing a senior position as a national compliance manager at Centrica, the parent company of British Gas. Her job required her to travel across the country, managing compliance standards for a major corporation. She was good at what she did. Those who knew Kate described her as loving and thoughtful. She was always in constant touch with friends and family. Her father, Alan Beagley, was particularly close to his daughter. They spoke regularly, and he knew her routines, her habits, her personality. Kate wasn't the type to vanish without a word. She wasn't someone who would miss appointments or fail to show up for work without letting someone know. The area where Kate lived carried its own shadows. Just 5 years earlier, in 2002, 13-year-old Millie Dowler had disappeared from this same community. The parallels would be eerie. Both women had vanished without a trace in the same area. But while Millie's case would take years to solve, the truth about Kate's disappearance would emerge much more quickly, though no less horrifically. Friday night, May 18, 2007. Kate was out with friends at a nightclub in central London, enjoying the kind of evening that young professionals in their 30s often do. Dancing, laughing, letting go of the week's stresses. That's when 27-year-old Carl Taylor approached her. She was chatty and flirtatious, and Kate, perhaps intrigued by his confidence, agreed to give him her number. Carl presented himself as a fitness instructor and children's football coach. He seemed personable enough, charming even. There was no reason for Kate to suspect anything sinister. Over the following days, text messages flew back and forth between them. Casual conversations, the kind that happen when two people are getting to know each other. The exchanges were light, friendly. Eventually they arranged to meet up for a date on May 30, a Wednesday evening, 12 days after their first encounter. Kate told her friends about the upcoming date. She was looking forward to it, though perhaps without the overwhelming excitement that comes with meeting someone truly special. It was just a first date, after all. A drink at a pub. Maybe some conversation, see where things went. On the evening of May 30, at around 6:30 p.m., Alan Beagley saw his daughter. She seemed excited as she was looking forward to a night out. He hugged her goodbye, watched her leave, had no reason to worry. She was a grown woman, independent, capable. She'd done this before, gone on dates, met new people, lived her life. He had no way of knowing he would never see his daughter alive again. They had arranged to meet for a drink at the Roebuck Bar, which overlooked the Thames. The Roebuck was a traditional English pub on Richmond Hill, offering spectacular views of the river and the London skyline beyond. It was a popular spot for dates, romantic, scenic, public. Kate met Carl as planned that evening. They ordered drinks. They found a table, And here's where the evening takes its first troubling turn. A woman named Maureen Ronconi was inside the bar that evening, and she noticed the couple. She later told police that Kate did not appear to be interested in Carl. As soon as they sat down, Kate had her head down, texting on her mobile phone. There was no conversation, only Carl talking to her. Kate continued texting. She was still texting when they left. During their time at the Roebuck, Kate sent several text messages to her friends. This would be the last communications anyone would receive from her. The date wasn't going well. Kate clearly wasn't feeling a connection. Perhaps she was texting her friends about cutting the evening short, making excuses to leave. We'll never know exactly what those messages said, but we know that Kate was ready for the date to end. What Kate didn't know, what she couldn't have known, was that Carl Taylor had come to the Roebuck prepared for violence. Carl had taken a scissors and a carving knife with him. He had stolen them from his friend Adrian Cardbow's house earlier that day, and he hid the knife up his sleeve when he was with Kate on the date. The entire time he was with Kate at the bar, the carving knife was hidden up his sleeve. Think about that for a moment. As Kate sat there texting her friends, uninterested in this man she'd agreed to meet, Carl sat across from her with a weapon concealed on his person, a large kitchen knife, tucked into his sleeve, waiting. Eventually, the drinks were finished. Kate, no doubt relieved, indicated she wanted to leave. They walked outside into the May evening, onto Richmond Hill. The sun was setting, painting the Thames in golden light. It was the kind of evening that should have been beautiful. The prosecution would later argue that as soon as they were outside and away from the bar, where there were no witnesses, Carl viciously stabbed Kate to death in a frenzied attack. The medical evidence would tell a horrific story. There were 31 stab wounds to Kate's face and neck, 31 separate strikes with a blade. The knife cut into both her artery and her vein, and indeed her spine. Carl would later tell police one version of events, saying that he stabbed Kate during an argument. She pushed me away, she was grabbing me, and I stabbed her in the throat. I constantly and consistently cut her in the neck, because she was going for my face. But this was just one of several stories Carl would tell. His accounts would change repeatedly, each version different from the last, each new lie more desperate than the one before. What we know is this: on that bench on Richmond Hill, overlooking one of London's most beautiful views, Kate Beagley fought for her life and lost. The attack was brutal, sustained, and utterly merciless. Carl didn't just kill her, he annihilated her, striking again and again at her face and neck until she could no longer resist. When it was over, Kate lay dead on Richmond Hill, and Carl Taylor, fitness instructor and children's football coach, had to figure out what to do with her body. The court would later hear how Carl wrestled with Kate's body, trying to fit it into the passenger seat and back seat before laying her on the roadside so he could lift her into the boot of her car. He took her car keys. He put her body in the trunk of her own vehicle, a silver gray VW Golf that she'd driven to the date. Carl then drove to Oxhey Woods in South Oxhey near Watford, Hertfordshire. It was a nature reserve, a quiet place with walking trails and car parks. The kind of location where a body might go undiscovered for some time. Before disposing of the body, Carl bathed it in mineral water in an attempt to wash away his DNA. He then carried Kate's naked body into the woods and left it partially hidden near a car park, dumping it in nettles. But Carl wasn't finished. As he returned to London, he threw the murder weapon and some of Kate's possessions onto an embankment of the M1 motorway. Among the items was a book called You Can Heal Your Life, in which Kate had written notes about problems at work, the end of a previous relationship, and concerns over her mother's health. Carl had thumbed through the pages before tossing the book away, and used the information to try and trick Kate's friends into believing all had been well before she disappeared. And then, and perhaps the most chilling detail of all, CCTV footage would later show Carl driving Kate's vehicle into a garage at 12:20 a.m. on May 31 and filling it up with petrol. Kate's body was still in the boot of the car at the time. The morning after the murder, Carl Taylor woke up and went about his day as if nothing had happened. He paraded Kate's car as his own to astonished friends, who described him as happy just hours after the killing. When people asked about the nice VW Golf he was suddenly driving, Carl claimed it was his new car. He seemed pleased with himself, relaxed even. Carl even handed out Marks & Spencer gift vouchers, which he had stolen from Kate's glove box, presents for his friends. taken from a dead woman's belongings. His girlfriend, Lauren Chanlock, said he seemed normal when he called her just minutes after the killing, adding, he said he had a new car. Think about that. Minutes after brutally murdering a woman with 31 stab wounds to the face and neck, Carl Taylor called his girlfriend to chat about his new car. His voice was normal, his demeanor unremarkable. There was no hint of what he had just done. Psychologists would later struggle to understand this kind of compartmentalization, the ability to commit such horrific violence and then immediately return to mundane normalcy. But Carl seemed to manage it effortlessly. Meanwhile, Kate's body lay in the woods, hidden among nettles, while her killer drove around London in her car, handing out her gift vouchers to friends. May 31, 2007. Thursday morning. Alan Beagley hadn't heard from his daughter. When he discovered she had missed appointments and wasn't at work at all that day, he was deeply concerned. This wasn't like Kate. She was reliable, responsible. She kept in touch, even though it had been less than 24 hours since she had last been seen. Alan reported her missing to the police because he knew his daughter and believed that something must have happened to her. A father's instinct is a powerful thing. Alan Begley knew, deep in his bones, that something was terribly wrong. Kate's friends joined the search. They toured clubs and bars in Richmond and Twickenham, putting up posters of her. Her face stared out from lampposts and shop windows, smiling, alive, missing. They told police about the date. They gave them Carl Taylor's name, and suddenly police had a lead. Police spoke to Carl. He initially said that he didn't know where Kate was or what happened to her before claiming that Kate dropped him off in Twickenham after their date. It was a simple story, easily disproven. The lies began immediately, but police kept pressing. They interviewed Carl again, and again. The pressure mounted. His stories started to contradict each other. Details didn't match. The timeline fell apart. Following his account of events, police arrested Carl on suspicion of kidnap, and then finally the truth began to emerge. Following further questioning by police, Carl ended any hope there was of Kate being found alive. She wasn't missing. She was dead. Carl told police that he stabbed Kate to death as they sat on a bench on Richmond Hill. He confessed to driving her body to a nature reserve in Hertfordshire and leaving it partially hidden near a car park. On June 4, 2007, Carl led officers to Kate's body. They found her body in nettles in Oxley Woods in Hertfordshire. Kate's naked body was found in Hertfordshire, days after she was repeatedly stabbed while on a first date. The search was over. Alan Beagley's worst fears were confirmed. His daughter was dead, murdered on what should have been a simple first date. Police later found Kate's car, and following a search of the hard shoulder and verge of the M1, recovered the knife used as a murder weapon, together with Kate's clothing and personal property. Carl Taylor was charged with murder. Despite confessing to police, Carl Taylor entered a plea of not guilty. When the trial began at the Old Bailey in early 2008, the prosecution laid out their case. It was the prosecution's case that Carl went on the date with Kate, with the intention to murder her so that he could steal her car. But Carl had a different story to tell. In fact, he had several. The court heard that Carl had once again changed his account as to what happened the night of May 30. It was the defense's case that Kate committed suicide due to her dark and cold side. Carl testified and told the court that Kate killed herself by prodding her head forward onto his knife. Let that sink in. Carl Taylor claimed that Kate Beagley stabbed herself in the face and neck 31 times while he sat beside her on a bench, doing nothing to stop her. Carl told the court Kate had stabbed herself more than 30 times in the face and neck in front of him, after being overcome by a dark and cold side. He said Kate sobbed profusely and said she loved her mom before probing and prodding at her face and neck until she collapsed. Carl told the court that just before that, she told him she was having problems. He claimed he brought the knife with him that night on the date because he himself felt suicidal. He told the court that when the knife fell out of his sleeve, Kate picked it up and began prodding herself in the neck. The story was absurd on its face, but Carl stuck to it even under cross-examination. The judge ordered Carl to act out his account of how Kate knifed herself to death in front of him. The prosecutor rolled up a piece of paper to make a knife that was 6 inches long, and again asked Carl to show the court how Kate had killed herself. A visibly angry Carl replied, "I refuse to. I'm not doing it. I'm not in an emotionally fit state." But Judge Giles Forrester told him, You are not going to boss us around. You are not there to dictate terms. You are there to demonstrate how she came to lose her life. Carl gently prodded himself in the neck with the paper knife and told the court, "I realize she passed away," when asked why he did not intervene to stop Kate from taking her own life. Carl told the court he would have had to be like cartoon superhero Captain Planet to save Kate from killing herself in front of him. Carl was asked why, as a fitness instructor with martial arts training, he didn't try to help Kate. His answer was evasive, nonsensical. The courtroom must have been stunned by the audacity of his claims. And then there was the letter. While in custody, Carl drafted a bizarre letter to Kate's family. It read, "Dear Sir, Mr. Beagley, sad family and friends close to Katie. My name is Carl. I am the guy that met your daughter Katie on Friday night. To be honest, my first impression of her was she is a kind but unhappy girl to some respects. Anyway, for the short time I met your daughter, I began to see she was an angel, but in the dark. Even though Katie is not with us, she still shines brightly as a star in the night sky. I might have took your daughter's life, but we all know, some of us more than others, that her heart still beats in the good we all do, and her soul lives on with all the good memories of her." Jurors heard detectives took the decision not to show the letter to the family of Kate. Imagine reading those words from your daughter's murderer. The faux poetic language, the casual admission of taking her life, the presumption to speak of her soul. The trial lasted weeks. Evidence mounted. Forensics, CCTV footage, witness testimony, the murder weapon, Carl's multiple contradictory statements. The jury took just 2 hours to find him guilty. They did not believe Carl's latest account of what happened that night. On March 5, 2008, Carl Taylor was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum tariff to serve of 30 years. Judge Giles Forrester told him, "You are arrogant, you are manipulative, and you are highly dangerous. I am satisfied that this was a murder done for gain. You went to meet this girl equipped with a knife. She was doing no more than looking to you for friendship. You took advantage of the vulnerability of that girl for your own end. Your use of that knife was premeditated. It was concealed on your person, and then having carried out this violent deed, you took away and callously concealed the body, adding significantly to the distress of her family and friends." As Carl was led to the cells, Kate's friends hugged and cheered, and one shouted, "Enjoy yourself, Carl." Outside the Old Bailey, Alan Beagley read a statement to the media. "On Wednesday, the 30th of May 2007, I left my only daughter, Kate, looking forward to an evening out. She was brutally murdered by the man she went to meet, and we never saw her again. Since then, our lives have been turned upside down. Kate was a loving, thoughtful daughter, sister, and friend, as devoted to us all as we were to her. She was great fun to be with and is missed tremendously by everyone who knew her. She had a gung-ho approach to life and lived it to the full. We cherish and are grateful for all the memories of the wonderful times spent together. The cruel and sudden loss of Kate has had an overwhelming impact on her family and friends. And I speak for us all when I say our lives will never be the same again. Our family has been devastated and life seems empty and meaningless without Kate." A father's words. Simple, heartbreaking, true. The investigating officers received judges' commendations and chief constable's commendations at an awards ceremony at Guildford Cathedral for their excellent work on the case. Deputy Chief Constable Craig Denholm said, "This challenging inquiry involved 3 force areas and multiple scenes. To secure a conviction whereby the offender received life imprisonment with a minimum tariff to serve of 30 years was testament to the officers' excellent teamwork." As you drift towards sleep, you might find yourself wondering about the questions that have no good answers. Why did Carl Taylor murder Kate Beagley? Was it really for her car, as prosecutors argued, or was there something darker at work? A need to control, to dominate, to destroy. Why did he bring a knife on a first date? What was he planning? Did he wake up that morning knowing he would kill someone that night, or was it a possibility he entertained? A weapon brought just in case. And how could he be so cold, so calculated in the aftermath? Driving around in her car, giving away her belongings, calling his girlfriend to chat, all while Kate's body lay hidden in the woods. These are the questions that haunt true crime. The why of it, the how of it, the incomprehensibility of violence inflicted on innocent people. Kate Beagley did nothing wrong. She went on a date with a man who seemed nice enough. She gave him her phone number at a nightclub. She agreed to meet him for a drink. These are normal things millions of people do every day without coming to harm. But Carl Taylor was not normal. Behind the smile, behind the charm, behind the persona of fitness instructor and children's football coach, there was something broken, something cruel, something willing to take a carving knife on a first date and use it 31 times. Teet's story reminds us that evil can wear the most ordinary faces. It can approach you in a nightclub with a charming smile. It can text you friendly messages. It can sit across from you at a pub and make small talk while hiding a weapon. The world can be a dangerous place. But it is also full of people who loved Kate Beagley, who searched for her, who investigated her death, who brought her killer to justice. It is full of fathers like Alan, who knew their daughter well enough to recognize immediately that something was wrong. It is full of friends who put up posters and toured pubs looking for any sign of their missing companion. Kate's life was cut short, but she was loved. She had built a successful career. She had friends and family who cherished her. She lived for 32 years, a life full of ambition and warmth, and human connection. Carl Taylor took that away from her on a bench on Richmond Hill. But he couldn't erase who she was. He couldn't erase the memories of those who loved her. And he couldn't escape justice. He will likely spend the rest of his life behind bars, where he belongs. And Kate Beagley, may she rest in peace, is remembered not as a victim, but as a daughter, a sister, a friend, a woman who lived fully until a monster took that life away. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. There are moments in life when everything feels normal. The sun rises, routines unfold, and we trust the people closest to us. But sometimes the familiar becomes a mask for something unimaginable. Tonight's story takes us to Northampton County, Pennsylvania, to a crisp November day in 2014, when a young mother left for her lunch break and never returned. What followed would shake a community to its core and reveal a betrayal so profound it defies comprehension. This is the story of Jessica Paget. Friday, November 21st, 2014 began like countless others for Jessica Paget. The 33-year-old mother of 3 arrived at Duck Duck Goose Childcare in Northampton at 8:30 in the morning, her 2-year-old son in tows. It was part of her routine bringing him to work with her at the daycare center where she was employed. Jessica was the kind of person people noticed, not because she was loud or demanding attention, but because of her warmth. Co-workers described her as reliable, punctual, always ready with a smile. She had recently married her husband Micah just months earlier, and they were building a life together with her 3 children. Life wasn't easy, juggling motherhood, work, and all the demands that come with it. But Jessica managed it all with grace. That morning seemed no different than any other. She went about her duties at the daycare, caring for children, chatting with colleagues. The hours passed in their usual rhythm, until just before 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's when Jessica told her coworkers she needed to step out for a quick errand. She needed to send a fax. She explained. The machine at the daycare wasn't working properly, so she was heading to Distinctive Fence, a fencing business located at her mother and stepfather's property. Just a short drive away. It would only take a few minutes. She assured them she'd be right back. Before she left, her phone rang several times. Her stepfather, Gregory Graff, was calling. He needed help with the computer or the fax machine, he said. Could she come over? Jessica agreed. It wasn't unusual. Graff ran his business from the property he shared with Jessica's mother, Danielle. Jessica had grown up with Graff in her life since she was a child. He was family. There was no reason to worry. At 12:50 in the afternoon, Jessica Paget walked out of Duck Duck Goose Childcare. Surveillance cameras captured her getting into her white Subaru Outback and driving away. Her coworkers expected her back within 30 minutes at most. Jessica was nothing if not dependable. But Jessica never returned. When an hour passed with no sign of Jessica, her coworkers began to feel uneasy. When 2 hours passed, that unease turned to worry. Jessica wouldn't just disappear. She had her son at the daycare. She had responsibilities. This wasn't like her at all. Calls to her cell phone went straight to voicemail. Her husband Micah was contacted, but he hadn't heard from her either, though he mentioned she had called him around 1 o'clock. Everything had seemed normal then. By late afternoon, concern had escalated to alarm. Someone had to find out what happened. A search of the area began. And that's when Jessica's white Subaru was discovered, parked in the lot of a Dollar General store, roughly a mile from the daycare center. The car was locked. Inside, investigators found her cell phone and her keys. But there was no sign of Jessica. No sign of a struggle. No obvious indication of what had happened to her. The investigation officially began that evening. Police treated the case as a missing person, though the circumstances were troubling. A 33-year-old mother doesn't simply vanish in the middle of the day, leaving her car, her phone, and her young child behind. By Saturday morning, the community had mobilized. A Facebook page titled "Help Find Jessica Paget" was created. And within hours, thousands of people had joined. Volunteers organized search parties, combing through wooded areas, knocking on doors, distributing flyers with Jessica's photograph. The image showed a smiling young woman with brown hair and hazel eyes, wearing her characteristic ponytail. Jessica's sister, Christy Davis, spoke to reporters, her voice breaking with emotion. She wouldn't just not go back to work, Christy said. We don't know if she was taken, if she left on her own, or if she knew the person. There wasn't a sign of a struggle. We just don't know what happened. The family clung to hope. Maybe there was an explanation. Maybe Jessica had experienced some kind of medical emergency. Maybe she was confused, disoriented, and would turn up at a hospital. Maybe. Meanwhile, investigators were piecing together Jessica's movements. They traced her route from the daycare toward her mother and stepfather's property. They interviewed family members, friends, co-workers, anyone who might have information, and among those they spoke with was Gregory Graff, Jessica's stepfather. Graff appeared concerned, even distraught. He joined the searches. He was active on the Facebook page, following updates along with the 7,000 others who had rallied to help find Jessica. He spoke with family friends, expressing his worry and confusion. How could this have happened? Where could she be? No one suspected him. Why would they? He was family. He had known Jessica since she was a child. He was her mother's husband, a fixture in her life for 20 years. But as the days wore on, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, with no trace of Jessica, the investigation deepened, and investigators began to notice inconsistencies in Gregory Graff's statements. Wednesday, November 26th, the day before Thanksgiving, marked 5 days since Jessica Paget had disappeared. The community was exhausted, emotionally drained from days of searching and hoping. Families were preparing for the holiday, but for Jessica's loved ones, there could be no celebration. Not while she was missing. That morning, Pennsylvania State Police executed a search warrant on the 7-acre property in Allen Township, where Gregory Graff lived with Jessica's mother, Danielle. The property was home to their residence, and also housed Graff's business, Distinctive Fence, the very place Jessica had been heading when she vanished. Officers searched the grounds methodically, looking for any evidence that might explain what had happened to Jessica. And then, behind a shed on the property, they made a grim discovery. Buried beneath leaves and debris was Jessica's body. Gregory Graff was immediately taken into custody, under interrogation, faced with the physical evidence and confronted with the inconsistencies in his story. Graff's facade crumbled. He confessed he had killed Jessica. He had shot her in the back of the head shortly after she arrived at the property that Friday afternoon. He had disposed of her body on his own land, burying her where she had lain for 5 days while her family desperately searched. While he pretended to help look for her, but the confession was only the beginning of the horror. That afternoon, Northampton County District Attorney John Morganelli held a press conference. The news he delivered would devastate Jessica's family and shock the entire community. Gregory Graff had admitted to killing his stepdaughter, but there was more. Morganelli revealed that Graff had indicated there was a sexual aspect to the crime. Initial theories suggested that Graff might have sexually assaulted Jessica before killing her. The truth, it turned out, was even more disturbing. On December 5th, just over a week after Graff's arrest, investigators searching his computer made a horrifying discovery. Graff had filmed himself. Multiple recordings. 8 videos in total, shot over the course of approximately 2 hours. The videos showed Graff sexually abusing Jessica's corpse immediately after he had murdered her. Graff had killed Jessica for the sole purpose of committing necrophilia. The revelation was almost incomprehensible. District Attorney Morganelli stated that Graff had admitted, even in his confession to police, that he had killed Jessica to have sex with her body. He claimed he didn't know why he'd done it, couldn't explain his actions, but the video evidence left no doubt about his intent. The crime was premeditated. Graff had known that Jessica's mother would be away in Florida that week. He had called Jessica repeatedly, luring her to the property with claims that he needed help with the fax machine or computer. The day before the murder, he had gone shopping purchasing items that would later be used in his crimes. When Jessica arrived, trusting and unsuspecting, Graff had positioned himself behind her. As she sat by the fax machine, he raised a .22 caliber semi-automatic pistol, one of his hunting guns, and fired a shot into the back of her head. Jessica likely never knew what happened. She died instantly. Graff then dragged her body to a back room, placed a garbage bag over her head, and committed the acts he had planned all along. Acts so depraved that even seasoned prosecutors and investigators struggled to comprehend them. Afterward, Graff had set about covering his tracks. He drove Jessica's car to the Dollar General parking lot, where he had strategically parked his own vehicle earlier that day. He left her car there with her phone and keys inside, then returned to his property. He buried Jessica's body behind the shed, then went about his life as though nothing had happened. For 5 days, he maintained the deception. He searched with volunteers. He posted on social media. He spoke with reporters, all while knowing exactly where Jessica was. The arrest of Gregory Graff sent shockwaves through the community. Family friends struggled to process what had happened. Jim Wilkins, who had known the family for years, spoke to the press. The fact that this person was right under our noses and was that close to Jess, he said, that he could just betray the family. This was a man who was around Jess since she was a child. We're obviously heartbroken. Jessica's mother, Danielle, was in Florida when her daughter was murdered. And when her husband was arrested, the woman had lost both her daughter and the man she had trusted, loved, and built a life with. The betrayal was beyond measure. Jessica's family released a statement. We are devastated by the loss of Jessica. She was a beautiful, vibrant young woman who was beloved by her family and friends. The world shines less bright today. Her 3 children had lost their mother. Her husband, married to her for just a few months, had lost his wife. Her siblings had lost their sister, and they had lost her in a way that made grief even more complicated. Murdered by someone they had all trusted, someone who had been part of their family for 2 decades. An online fundraiser was created for Jessica's children, raising more than $6,800 to help support them. The community rallied once again, this time not in search, but in support. Gregory Graff was charged with first-degree murder and abuse of a corpse. Because the sexual assault occurred after Jessica's death, and not before or during Pennsylvania law, meant that prosecutors could not seek the death penalty. Rape is an aggravating factor that allows for capital punishment, but the desecration of a corpse does not rise to that level under the law. Graff was held without bail. He requested that the court appoint him a public defender, claiming he didn't want to take resources from his family to pay for a lawyer. The judge denied the request, noting that Graff had sufficient funds for his own defense. The case proceeded toward trial. In November 2015, nearly a year after Jessica's murder, jury selection began. The process was challenging. Potential jurors were informed of the disturbing nature of the evidence they would be asked to view. 15 people from the initial pool of 70 were dismissed after stating they couldn't be impartial after seeing such content. Graff's defense attorney, John McMahon Jr., faced an impossible task. The evidence against his client was overwhelming. In opening statements, McMahon conceded that Graff had committed the acts. There was no denying it. Instead, he argued that something snapped in Graff's mind. He hoped to convince the jury that while Graff was guilty, the murder wasn't premeditated, which might spare his client from a first-degree murder conviction, and its mandatory life sentence without parole. District Attorney Morganelli presented a very different narrative. The murder was carefully planned, he argued. Graff had waited until his wife was out of town. He had called Jessica repeatedly to lure her to the property. He had purchased items the day before. He had strategically positioned his vehicle to facilitate his escape plan. After the murder, he had tried to cover his tracks by moving Jessica's car and burying her body. This was not a spontaneous act. It was calculated. The prosecution called nearly 20 witnesses over the course of the 4-day trial. Co-workers from Duck Duck Goose testified about Jessica's final morning, about the phone calls from Graff, about how she never returned. Investigators described finding Jessica's car and later her body. They detailed Graff's confession and the evidence they had collected. Michael Paget, Jessica's husband, took the stand. One can only imagine the pain of recounting those final days, of speaking about the woman he'd married just months earlier, of facing the man responsible for her death. And then came the video evidence. The courtroom emptied as the videos were about to be played. Some of Jessica's family and friends left, unable to bear witnessing what had been done to her. Those who remained jurors, attorneys, the judge. Some family members prepared themselves for what District Attorney Morganelli had described as horrific evidence. The videos lasted approximately 6 minutes in total, 8 separate recordings. Graff had made as he committed unspeakable acts against Jessica's body. Defense attorney McMahon kept his gaze averted. He later told reporters he didn't watch. The video was horrific, he said. That's why I asked the jury not to see it. But the jury did see it. They had to. It was evidence of the crime, proof of Graff's intent, demonstration of the calculated nature of his actions. After 4 days of testimony, the case went to the jury on Friday, November 13th, 2015. They retired to deliberate, carrying with them the weight of everything they had seen and heard. Jury foreman Dave Holub later described what happened in that deliberation room. He asked for a show of hands on both charges, first-degree murder and abuse of a corpse. All hands immediately shot up. It took about a minute. Holub estimated. The rest of the time was spent filling out the paperwork. 6 minutes after beginning deliberations, the jury returned to the courtroom with their verdict. Guilty of first-degree murder. Guilty of abuse of a corpse. The speed of the verdict reflected the overwhelming nature of the evidence. Holub later explained to reporters that he had looked directly at Jessica's brother, Jeremy Dold, when the verdict was read and nodded. Dold had mouthed thank you to him. In my opinion, he had nothing to thank me for, Holub said. We did what the law required us to do, and there was absolutely no question about it. It's a crying shame that everyone had to go through all of this. Tears of relief filled the courtroom. Gasps of yes came from Jessica's family members. Justice in some small measure had been served, because Graff was convicted of first-degree murder. The sentence was automatic, life in prison without the possibility of parole. Judge Stephen Barata added an additional 1 to 2 years for the abuse of corpse conviction, though it was largely symbolic. Graff would never leave prison. But before the formal sentencing, Jessica's sister Christy Davis approached Graff in the courtroom. She needed to speak, to confront the man who had taken her sister from them. Christy called Graff a selfish man who had stolen a beloved woman and shattered a family. Her words, raw with grief and anger, filled the courtroom. This was a man who had been part of their lives for 20 years, who had pretended to be family, who had betrayed them in the most profound way imaginable. After sentencing, District Attorney Morganelli spoke to the press. Justice was done, he said. I was optimistic that we would convict on murder in the first degree. I didn't realize it would be this fast, but I think the evidence was overwhelming in this case. Defense Attorney McMahon offered no criticism of the verdict. It's a simple decision, he said. It was based on the law, and if they followed the law, it was hard to not come up with that verdict. He acknowledged that Graff was unlikely to have grounds for a successful appeal. Jessica's family also addressed reporters. Fighting through tears, they spoke of the stress and heartache of the trial, of hearing the details of what had been done to their loved one. But they also smiled, briefly, as they remembered Jessica not as a victim, but as the vibrant, beautiful woman she had been. Michael Paget, Jessica's widower, spoke about moving forward. There's no one person who took a hit on this, he said. We all did. The entire community did. So the only thing we can do is help each other, pick each other up, and just try to keep on moving forward. Gregory Graff is serving his sentence in a Pennsylvania state prison, where he will remain for the rest of his life. He is now in his 60s, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will die behind bars. Jessica's children are being raised by their family, growing up without their mother. The fundraiser created for them provided some financial support, but no amount of money can replace what was taken from them. Jessica's mother, Danielle, faced an unimaginable situation, mourning her daughter while processing that the man she had married was responsible. The psychological impact of such betrayal is difficult to comprehend. The community of Northampton County, Pennsylvania, has tried to heal, but cases like this leave scars. They challenge our fundamental assumptions about trust, about family, about the people we think we know. The murder of Jessica Paget is among the most disturbing crimes in the Lehigh Valley's recent history. It's a case that raises uncomfortable questions about the nature of evil, about the masks people wear, about the darkness that can lurk even in those closest to us. What drove Gregory Graff to commit such an act? Psychologists and criminologists might offer theories about paraphilias, about deviant sexual interests, about the progression of fantasy to action, but ultimately Graff himself claimed not to know why he did it, and perhaps that's the most chilling aspect of all, that such cruelty can exist without reason, without explanation, without warning. Jessica Paget was 33 years old when she died. She was a mother, a wife, a daughter, a sister, a friend. She worked caring for children at a daycare center. She was described as beautiful, vibrant, beloved. She had her whole life ahead of her. On a Friday afternoon in November, she left work to run a simple errand. She trusted the man who called her, who asked for her help. She had no reason not to trust him. He was family, and that trust cost her everything. True crime stories often leave us searching for meaning, for lessons, for ways to make sense of senseless acts. The murder of Jessica Paget offers no easy answers. It reminds us that evil can wear a familiar face, that betrayal can come from unexpected places, that the monsters in our stories sometimes sit across from us at family dinners. Jessica's story is a tragedy, not just for how it ended, but for all the future moments that were stolen. Christmases with her children, birthdays, graduations, weddings, grandchildren. A lifetime of love and laughter and ordinary moments that should have been hers. Instead, we remember her as a victim of an incomprehensible crime. But perhaps we should remember her differently, as a mother who brought her son to work with her every day, as an employee who was always punctual and reliable, as a daughter and sister who was beloved by her family, as a woman who smiled and brightened the world around her. Gregory Graff took her life, but he doesn't get to define her. Jessica Paget was more than the circumstances of her death. She was a person who mattered, who was loved, who was missed. And tonight, as you drift off to sleep, perhaps you can spare a thought for Jessica, for her children, growing up without her, for her family still healing, and for all the victims of crimes like this, people whose stories remind us of both the fragility of life and the importance of cherishing those we love. Rest peacefully, Jessica Paget. You deserved so much better. If you're still awake and listening, check whether you've left your little goodnight comment. I always check your comments before I sleep too. And if you haven't already, don't forget to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. Tonight we're going to explore a case that unfolded in the quiet college town of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. A story about young love, tangled relationships, and a tragic end that no one saw coming. Let me tell you about Alex Woodworth, a young man with dreams of becoming a philosophy professor, and the person who took his life on a desolate country road. This is a story about manipulation, desperation, and the lengths one person would go to rewrite their own narrative. In the summer of 2017, Eau Claire, Wisconsin was alive with the energy of young people. The downtown area buzzed with students, artists, and free spirits who gathered in coffee shops and local haunts. One of these places was Racy Delaney's Coffee Lounge, a popular spot where locals would spend hours talking over cups of coffee, writing in journals, and simply existing in that beautiful in-between space of youth and adulthood. It was here that several lives intersected in ways that would prove fateful. Alex Woodworth worked behind the counter at Racy's. At 24 years old, he was a barista and substitute teacher. But he had bigger dreams. Alex was planning to attend the University of Oregon to pursue his master's degree in philosophy. He was the kind of person who listened when others talked, who seemed to genuinely care about the struggles of those around him. His friends described him as kind, thoughtful, and deeply empathetic. Alex had even helped friends through difficult times, including moments when they'd contemplated harming themselves. He was, by all accounts, someone who wanted to make the world better. Jason Mengel was a regular at Racy's. At 33, he was significantly older than the college crowd, but he fit right in. Jason was an Army Reserve medic with a big heart and an open, trusting nature. He was the kind of person who saw the best in people, sometimes to his own detriment. And then there was Monica Kay, though she wouldn't be called that for much longer. Monica was 19 years old when she first walked into Racy's in the summer of 2017. Born to a mother who was only 14 at the time, Monica's early life had been complicated. But now she was reinventing herself. She dropped out of college and was embracing the bohemian atmosphere of Eau Claire. More importantly, she was in the process of legally changing her name to Ezra McCandless. She wanted a fresh start, a new identity, a chance to be someone different than the girl she'd been. When Jason Mengel met Ezra, it was by his own admission, immediate. Despite their 14-year age gap, they clicked. Ezra's youthful energy kept Jason on his toes. She was spontaneous, creative, full of stories and dreams. They fell in love quickly, the way young people do, when everything feels intense and important and destined. They even started calling each other husband and wife, though they weren't married. They moved in together. For a while it seemed perfect. Alex Woodworth became their friend. He was the barista who made their drinks, who joined in their conversations, who became part of their social circle. Jason appreciated Alex's calming presence, his philosophical nature, his ability to help people through difficult emotional moments. But beneath the surface of these coffee shop friendships, something more complicated was brewing. In October of 2017, just a few months into her relationship with Jason, Ezra discovered she was pregnant. She wasn't ready to be a mother. She drove to Minneapolis to have an abortion. A decision that took an emotional toll on her. Jason tried to be supportive, but the strain on their relationship was evident. It was during this vulnerable time that Ezra grew closer to Alex. Jason, in fact, had encouraged this friendship. He knew Alex was good at helping people through difficult times. He thought Alex could be the supportive friend that Ezra needed. What Jason didn't know was that Ezra and Alex's relationship had crossed a line. Sometime around October or November 2017, they began a secret romantic relationship. While Ezra was living with Jason, calling him her husband, she was also involved with Alex. The kind barista who'd become their friend was now something more to Ezra, though she kept this hidden. And it wasn't just Alex. Ezra had also become involved with another one of Jason's friends. The web she was weaving grew more complex with each passing week. The deception might have continued indefinitely, if not for one sleepless night. Jason, unable to sleep, picked up Ezra's phone. What he found in her messages shattered everything. The evidence of her relationship with Alex, the messages with another friend, all of it laid bare in the cold blue light of a phone screen at 3 in the morning. The confrontation that followed was inevitable. Jason felt betrayed not just by Ezra, but by Alex, someone he'd considered a friend. The relationship ended in February 2018, just weeks after Jason had left for military training. Ezra moved out, and she also ended things with Alex. But ending the relationship wasn't the same as letting go. After the breakup, Ezra moved back home with her family, but she couldn't accept that her relationship with Jason was truly over. She began reaching out to him constantly, trying different approaches, different stories, anything that might bring him back. She told him about the other men in her life. She painted them as manipulative, vindictive figures who'd tried to separate her from Jason. "It's not me," she insisted. "It's them." At one point, Ezra claimed that one of Jason's friends had sexually assaulted her. Police initially took her report seriously, but as they investigated, the story began to unravel. Text messages suggested the encounter had been consensual. Alex Woodworth, when interviewed by police, confirmed that Ezra herself had told him the sex was consensual, though she regretted it afterward. Eventually, the case was dropped. For Ezra, this was another failure, another piece of her carefully constructed narrative, falling apart. Jason, for his part, was exhausted. He'd spent 8 months, he said, being toyed with. The lies had piled up, small ones at first, then bigger ones, until he couldn't tell what was real anymore. "I can't trust you anymore," he told her. "You think they're little white lies, but they build up, and they build up and build up. And before you know it, there's horrifying things happening." But Ezra didn't give up. On March 21st, 2018, the day before everything would change, Ezra sent Jason over 600 messages. 600 desperate attempts to get him back. She was begging, pleading, trying every angle she could think of. She positioned herself as a victim, hoping Jason's big heart would soften toward her once again. Jason didn't respond the way she wanted, and so Ezra turned to another plan. The morning of March 22nd, 2018, started at Racy's coffee shop. Security footage would later show Ezra arriving unexpectedly. She found Jason there, and their conversation left him unsettled. Ezra seemed agitated, on edge. She told him she was back in Eau Claire to show Alex some of her writings, that she was going to share her journals with him. She said she was taking back her life, becoming Ezra McCandless again. Jason felt something was off. The way she was acting, the things she was saying. Something didn't sit right with him. When Ezra left, claiming she was going to Alex's house to return some items, Jason made a decision. He got on his bicycle and followed her. He arrived at Alex's house to find Ezra's 2003 Chevy Impala parked outside, the engine still running. Jason waited, pacing back and forth on the sidewalk, trying to decide what to do. Should he knock? Should he leave? Something felt wrong, but he couldn't articulate what. A passerby noticed Jason's restless behavior and thought it looked suspicious. They called 911. When police arrived around 1 in the afternoon, they found a scene that seemed innocuous enough. Alex Woodworth stood outside his house next to Ezra's car. Ezra sat in the driver's seat. The police spoke with Jason first, who explained he was concerned about Ezra because she hadn't been acting like herself. Then they spoke with Alex, who seemed calm, unbothered. There was no sign of trouble, no indication that anything was wrong. Satisfied that this was just a misunderstanding, the police left. Jason, still uneasy but with no concrete reason to stay, rode away on his bicycle. This was the last time anyone would see Alex Woodworth alive. At approximately 4:15 that afternoon, Don Sipple was at his dairy farm in Springbrook, just outside Eau Claire. Springbrook was rural, the kind of place where farmhouses sat far apart, connected by long dirt roads that turned to mud when it rained. There was a knock at Don Sipple's door. When he opened it, he found a young woman standing on his porch. She was barefoot, covered in mud and blood, with bruises visible on her skin. She looked terrified. "I need a doctor," she managed to say. "I was attacked." Dawn called for help immediately. Paramedics arrived and transported the woman to the hospital. She told them her name was Monica Carlin. Though that wasn't entirely accurate, she had legally changed her name to Ezra McCandless. But in this moment of crisis, she'd reverted to her old identity. At the hospital, medical staff treated her injuries. She had cuts on her hands and thighs, defensive wounds that suggested she'd been in a struggle. But there was one injury that stood out above all others. Carved into her left forearm was a single word, boy. When police arrived to interview her, Ezra kept asking for one person. Not her family, not a friend. She asked for Jason Mangle. The police had many questions. What had happened to her? Where had this attack taken place? Who had attacked her? Ezra's memory, she claimed, was fragmented. She remembered feeling afraid. She remembered pain. But the details were blocked out, she said, like her mind was protecting her from the trauma of what had happened. "I'm trying so hard," she told the detective in a recorded interview. "I'm trying to get things to come to me, but it's like it just keeps getting blocked out. That there was someone who should be able to answer questions. Someone who, according to Ezra, had been with her that day. The police needed to find Alex Woodworth. Detectives went to Alex's house that evening, but he wasn't there. They called his cell phone repeatedly. No answer. They contacted his family, who hadn't heard from him either. By nightfall, Alex Woodworth was officially missing. Detectives Ryan Prock and the team from Dunn County Sheriff's Department began piecing together the timeline. Jason Mengel had seen Ezra at the coffee shop that morning. He'd followed her to Alex's house. Police had been there around 1 p.m., and both Ezra and Alex had been present. And now, just a few hours later, Ezra was in the hospital claiming she'd been attacked, and Alex was nowhere to be found. Ezra had initially told police that the attack happened at Owen Park in Eau Claire, but when detectives searched the park, they found nothing. No signs of a struggle. No blood, no evidence that anything violent had occurred there. The following morning, March 23rd, investigators returned to Don Sippel's farm. Ezra had appeared at his door, which meant she'd come from somewhere nearby. They began walking the property, following the dirt roads that crisscrossed the farmland. In the mud, they found footprints. Small prints, consistent with Ezra's bare feet. They followed these prints through the cold morning air, their breath visible in the early spring chill. The footprints led them to a car. Ezra's 2003 Chevy Impala, the same car Jason Mengel had seen outside Alex's house. The day before, the car was stuck in the mud on a desolate dirt road, far from any houses. The scene around the car told a violent story. Personal items were scattered on the ground. Blankets, shoes, other objects thrown about as if in a struggle. And there was blood. A lot of blood. Some inside the car, but most of it outside, pooled in the mud around the vehicle. And then they found him. Alex Woodworth's body was hanging halfway out of the back door of the car. His torso inside the vehicle, his legs visible outside. Even from a distance, the amount of blood made it clear this had been a brutal attack. I've been a prosecutor since 2001. District Attorney Andrea Nodolf would later say, and I've never seen anything this violent. Alex had been stabbed 16 times. The wounds were concentrated in vital areas. His head, his neck, his torso, his groin. One stab wound had pierced his brain. Another had penetrated his lung. The attack had been savage, prolonged, personal. At the scene, investigators made several observations that would prove crucial. Despite Ezra's claim that she'd been attacked inside the car, the vast majority of blood evidence was outside the vehicle. The pattern of blood spatter and the position of the body suggested the attack had primarily occurred outside, not in the confined space of the car's interior. They also found the murder weapon. It was a knife that investigators would later trace back to Ezra's father's house. Her father, Joshane McCandless, would testify at trial that he had given his daughter knives on previous occasions. And they noticed something else. Alex's cell phone was missing. Ezra had taken it with her when she left the scene. Armed with this new information, Detective Prock returned to the hospital. This time, when he spoke to Ezra, her memory suddenly improved. She told him a story about how Alex had found a knife in her car, how he'd used it to carve something into her arm, how he'd attacked her, tried to force himself on her, and she'd fought back. The word carved into her arm, boy, was supposed to be evidence of Alex's attack. Ezra claimed it was a reference to her gender identity questions, that Alex had been mocking her, degrading her, but her story kept changing. In her initial statement, she said she'd grabbed the blade of the knife from Alex's hand, cutting her own hand in the process before finally wresting the weapon away from him. By the time of the trial, 18 months later, her story had evolved. Now she claimed she'd kneed Alex in the groin, causing him to drop the knife, which she then grabbed and used to stab him anywhere and everywhere she could. Medical professionals who treated Ezra found her injury suspicious. Dr. Robert Tillotson, who had examined her in the emergency room, testified that her knife wounds had the characteristics of self-inflicted injuries. They were shallow, superficial, consistent with someone cutting themselves rather than defensive wounds from grabbing a blade. And eventually Ezra admitted it. She had carved boy into her own arm. When pressed about why, she couldn't or wouldn't explain. The question became, why would someone stab a person 16 times, then carve a word into their own arm, and cover themselves in mud before seeking help? The answer, prosecutors believed, lay in those 600 messages Ezra had sent to Jason Mengel the day before. In the days following Alex's death, as police combed through phone records and interviewed friends, a picture emerged of Ezra's state of mind in the weeks before the murder. She had been desperately trying to get Jason back. Every attempt had failed. The sexual assault allegation had fallen apart. The constant messages weren't working. Jason had made it clear he couldn't trust her anymore. But Ezra had one more plan. In the weeks before Alex's death, Ezra had been reaching out to him with a specific request. She wanted Alex to contact Jason and tell him that their affair had been a mistake, that it hadn't meant anything. She wanted Alex to help her get Jason back. Alex, it seems, refused. To him, their relationship hadn't been a mistake or an accident. It had been real, even if it was complicated and ultimately ended in hurt. This refusal, prosecutors theorized, was what sealed his fate. The theory that emerged was chilling in its calculated nature. Ezra had lured Alex to that isolated road, knowing it was far from help, knowing his phone wouldn't have service, knowing that if things went wrong, it would be her word against no one. If her plan worked, the plan, as prosecutors saw it, was to kill Alex and then claim he'd attacked her. She would position herself as a victim once more, someone who'd barely escaped with her life. Jason, with his big heart and protective instincts, would hear about what happened and feel guilty for not being there, for leaving her vulnerable. He would come back to her. It was a desperate plan, poorly executed, built on a fundamental misunderstanding of human nature and forensic evidence. The knife came from her father's house, which suggested premeditation. She'd brought the weapon with her. The word boy carved into her arm was meant to support her story that Alex had attacked her, mocked her, tried to humiliate her before she fought back. But the evidence told a different story. The blood patterns were wrong. The location of the body was wrong. Her injuries were too superficial, too precisely placed, and her story kept changing, adapting to each new piece of evidence. Police uncovered. On April 6, 2018, 2 weeks after Alex's body was found, Ezra McCandless was arrested and charged with first-degree intentional homicide. The trial began on October 15, 2019, 18 months after Alex's death. Court TV provided gavel-to-gavel coverage, and the case drew national attention. Here was a story that had everything. A love triangle that was really a love square, as the district attorney put it. A young woman claiming self-defense. A brutal murder on a lonely road. And at the center of it all, questions about truth, manipulation, and how far someone might go to rewrite their own story. Jason Mingle took the stand as a prosecution witness. Walking into the courtroom was surreal for him. When he looked at Ezra, she was wearing a green sweater. When he'd given her during their relationship, she kept making eye contact with him, adjusting herself, being overly attentive to his presence. I was kind of shocked when I walked in the room. Jason would later say, "She's given me these looks," adjusting herself, like being overly, attuned to me. Jason testified about their relationship, about how he'd encouraged Ezra to become friends with Alex. He spoke about discovering her betrayal through text messages, about the subsequent breakup, about the 600 messages she'd sent him the day before Alex died. Other witnesses painted a picture of Alex as someone kind and thoughtful, someone who'd wanted to help Ezra through her difficult times. They testified about the scene at Racy's coffee shop when Jason had discovered the affair, about the complicated dynamics of their friend group. The prosecution, led by District Attorney Andrea Nodolf, laid out their case methodically. They presented the physical evidence, the blood spatter patterns that contradicted Ezra's story, the location of the body, the knife from her father's house, Alex's missing phone which Ezra had taken with her, presumably to prevent him from calling for help if he'd somehow survived. They highlighted the inconsistencies in her story, how it had changed and evolved each time she told it. They introduced phone records showing the 600 messages to Jason, establishing motive. She was going to do whatever it took to get back with Jason Mingle. Nodolf told the jury, the defense took a risky approach. They called Ezra to testify in her own defense. On the stand, Ezra's demeanor was notable. Multiple observers, including Jason and Julia Post, a childhood friend, remarked on how she seemed to light up when talking about herself. When asked to spell her name for the court, she smiled broadly, seeming almost pleased to be the center of attention. She just seemed at times to be enjoying it, Jason observed. There were times on the witness stand where she was smiling or joking. Julia Post, who'd known Ezra for years, recognized this version of her friend. "I thought it was really interesting when she was asked to spell her name, how happy she got, how much she lit up," Julia said. She was kinda smiling like, "Yup, this is me. I get to talk about me now." Ezra testified that she'd gone to Alex's house to break things off, definitively, to tell him she wanted to get back together with Jason. According to her testimony, after police left that day, Alex had ordered her into the passenger seat and drove them to the dirt road where her car got stuck. That's when she claimed he'd attacked her with a knife. She described fighting for her life, kneeing Alex in the groin, grabbing the knife, and stabbing him repeatedly. "I started stabbing him anywhere and everywhere I could," she testified. But the defense faced an uphill battle. The physical evidence simply didn't support Ezra's version of events. The blood was in the wrong places. The wounds on her body appeared self-inflicted. She'd lied about the location of the attack. She'd taken Alex's phone. She'd brought the murder weapon from her father's house. And perhaps most damning, she'd spent the weeks before Alex's death desperately trying to manipulate him into helping her win back Jason. And when that failed, she'd come up with a plan that required Alex to be gone. On November 1st, 2019, after hearing all the evidence, the jury returned their verdict. Ezra McCandless was found guilty of first-degree intentional homicide in the death of Alex Woodworth. According to those present in the courtroom, Ezra seemed shocked. She had apparently believed, even after everything, that she would be walking free. The sentencing hearing took place on February 7th, 2020. Family members from both sides addressed the court. Though their messages couldn't have been more different, Alex's family spoke of the hole left in their lives. His grandfather had suffered a heart attack in the wake of the murder. In a statement read by District Attorney Nodolf, Alex's father said, "By killing our son, not only did she take our son, she made the world a colder and darker place." Friends and family members addressed Ezra directly. "Ezra shows no remorse for what she's done," said Dale Hall. Indeed, throughout the sentencing hearing and most of the trial, Ezra had shown little emotion that suggested regret or understanding of the gravity of what she'd done. Ezra's mother, Rosalena Gunnelson, made an impassioned plea for leniency, asking the court to grant her daughter the possibility of parole after 20 years rather than the maximum sentence. But Judge James Peterson, who had presided over the entire case, had seen and heard everything. He'd watched Ezra on the stand. He'd reviewed the evidence. He'd listened to how her story had changed and adapted over 18 months. And he noted her apparent lack of remorse. "I am going to sentence Ms. McCandless to life in prison in the Wisconsin prison system," Judge Peterson announced. "And I'm going to set a date that she would be eligible to petition in court for supervision at 50 years. Life in prison, with the possibility of parole after half a century." Ezra McCandless, then 22 years old, would be 72 before she could even petition for release. She was taken to Taichida Correctional Institution in Wisconsin, where she remains today. In the years since, Ezra has attempted to appeal her conviction. In December 2022, her lawyers filed for a new trial, claiming the original trial was compromised from beginning to end. The appeal alleged that her initial interviews with police were conducted illegally while she was being held involuntarily in a psychiatric facility without being read. Her Miranda rights. The appeal claimed that journal entries written by Alex, which supposedly referenced harming Ezra, were never shown to the jury. It argued that improper testimony and personal attacks against Ezra had prejudiced the jury, and that her actions were a trauma response to being attacked. As of now, a hearing on the appeal has been requested but not scheduled. The legal process continues, though the likelihood of a new trial appears slim given the overwhelming evidence presented at the original proceeding. Jason Mengel has had to live with the knowledge that he might have been the motive behind Alex's murder. He's spoken about feeling uneasy at the trial, about wondering if he missed something or could have done more to prevent the tragedy. Her world was crumbling around her, Jason reflected. She had created Ezra. She had created this intricate network of lies. And they kept falling apart, and there was nothing left. There was nothing left behind it. Now Jason tries to move forward with his life while keeping the memory of his friend Alex alive. The guilt of wondering what if is something he carries. Though by all accounts he did nothing wrong. He was simply someone with a big heart who trusted the wrong person. Alex's family continues to mourn the loss of a son. A grandson, a friend who had his whole life ahead of him. He'd been planning to attend the University of Oregon. He'd wanted to teach philosophy to help people think deeply about life and meaning and truth. Instead, he became the victim in a case that captured national attention, not for its philosophical depth, but for its shocking violence and the twisted logic of someone who thought she could literally kill her way back into a lost relationship. As we come to the end of this story, you might be wondering, as many have, how someone could believe such a plan would work. How could Ezra have thought that killing Alex and claiming self-defense would somehow result in Jason taking her back? The truth is, by March 2018, Ezra was desperate. Every plan had failed. Every lie had been exposed. The identity she'd created for herself was collapsing. The relationships she'd juggled were all gone. And the person she wanted most, Jason, had made it clear he couldn't trust her anymore. In that desperation, logic gave way to magical thinking. If she could just become a victim one more time, if she could just craft the right story, maybe Jason's protective instincts would override his better judgment. Maybe he'd feel guilty for not being there. Maybe he'd come back, but she fundamentally misunderstood something crucial. Jason had a big heart, yes, but he also had experience with Ezra's manipulations. He'd seen through the lies before, and even if he hadn't, even if he believed her story completely, what she wanted, a relationship built on trust and love, couldn't be founded on murder. The case against Ezra McCandless is ultimately a story about the danger of losing yourself in your own narratives. She'd changed her name, created a new identity, woven elaborate stories about her life and relationships. But underneath all of it, there was, as Jason said, nothing. No authentic self, no genuine connection. Just layer upon layer of stories and lies and desperate attempts to be whoever she thought people wanted her to be. And when that house of cards finally collapsed, when there were no more stories to tell and no more identities to try on, she made a choice that ended one life and destroyed countless others. Alex Woodworth deserved better. He deserved to live out his dreams, to teach philosophy, to help people the way he'd always tried to do. Instead, he became a cautionary tale about the dangers of getting entangled with someone who has lost touch with reality, with truth, with the basic human capacity for empathy and genuine connection. As you drift off to sleep tonight, remember Alex not for how he died, but for how he lived. Remember him as the thoughtful barista who listened to his customers, the friend who helped people through dark times, the young man with dreams of becoming a professor, the person who by all accounts tried to make the world a little bit better. His life mattered. His death was a tragedy. And his story, painful as it is to hear, reminds us all of how precious and fragile life can be. May Alex Woodworth rest in peace. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. Tonight I'm going to tell you a story that unfolded in the quiet streets of Evansville, Indiana. It's a story about trust, betrayal, and how the people we love most can sometimes be the ones we should fear. This is the story of Robert Doerr, a beloved firefighter whose dedication to saving others couldn't save him from the darkness waiting in his own home. February 26, 2019. Started like any other Tuesday for Robert Doerr. Friends called him Robbie. He was 51 years old, with the kind of weathered hands that come from 28 years of pulling people from burning buildings and saving lives. Robbie was born on June 22, 1967, right there in Evansville. His father was a firefighter, and from the time Robbie was a boy, he knew he wanted to follow in those footsteps. There's something poetic about that, isn't there? A legacy of service, passed from father to son like a sacred trust. Those who worked with him at Station 1 remembered Robbie as the kind of man who would arrive early and stay late. He had a wicked sense of humor, they said. The kind of guy who'd freeze your coffee mug in a block of ice if you left it lying around the firehouse. But underneath the pranks was someone with an unshakable commitment to his brothers and sisters in the department. On January 6, 2003, Robbie earned a Silver Merit Award. There had been a fire at a 4-story apartment building in downtown Evansville, flames climbing into the winter sky. While others might have hesitated, Robbie went in. That's who he was, the kind of man who ran toward danger when everyone else was running away. But Robbie wasn't just a firefighter. He was a father to his daughter Lindsay, whom he adored beyond measure. He was a stepfather to 3 boys, Nathaniel, Dustin, and Taylor. He was a grandfather to 2 little girls who would climb into his lap and trace the lines on his weathered palms. When he wasn't working at the fire station, Robbie pulled shifts at Taco John's. Some people called him a workaholic, but maybe he was just someone who found purpose in staying busy. In his rare moments of downtime, he loved to fish, the quiet patience of waiting for a bite. He loved to bowl, the satisfying crack of pins falling. But most of all, he loved spending time with his granddaughters, Bailey and Rory Beth. That Tuesday in February, Robbie picked up an extra shift. It was what he did. The department could always count on him. 12 hours of responding to emergencies, checking equipment, being ready for whatever the city needed. His best friend Larry Wild had worked alongside him for 34 years. They'd known each other since Robbie graduated from Reitz High School back in 1985. Larry would later say that Robbie was the brother he never had, the kind of friend you don't replace. As the sun began to set that Tuesday evening, Robbie's shift finally ended. He climbed into his truck, probably tired, probably thinking about dinner, probably looking forward to kicking off his boots and relaxing at home. The drive back to his house on Oakley Street was familiar. Routine. He'd made it thousands of times. He had no idea it would be his last. At approximately 7 o'clock in the evening, Robbie's truck turned onto Oakley Street. The headlights cut through the February darkness as he pulled into his driveway. Inside the house, his wife Elizabeth, though everyone called her Becky, saw those headlights sweep across the windows. Then came the shots. 3 gunshots, maybe more, echoing through the quiet neighborhood. The kind of sound that makes time stop, that makes your blood run cold even if you don't understand what you're hearing. Becky would later tell police that she rushed outside. She said she found Robbie on the ground, his life draining away onto the concrete of his own driveway. She called 911, her voice frantic on the recording. She spoke to neighbors asking if anyone had seen anything, if anyone knew what had happened. When the first responders arrived, they found Robbie lying motionless. And here's where the story becomes even more heartbreaking. Several of the firefighters who responded that night knew Robbie personally. They'd worked with him, laughed with him, fought fires beside him. Now they were trying desperately to save him. But it was too late. Robbie had been shot at least 3 times. The bullets had done their work efficiently, brutally. There was nothing anyone could do. The investigation began immediately. Police taped off the driveway, the front yard. They interviewed Becky, who seemed appropriately distraught. She told them she had no idea who would want to hurt her husband. Robbie was beloved in the community. He didn't have enemies. He spent his life helping people. But as detectives began processing the scene and interviewing Becky more thoroughly, something didn't quite add up. They found a letter in the house. A letter written by Robbie himself. In it, he mentioned suspicions about Becky's fidelity. He'd been cheated on before. The letter suggested, and he worried it might be happening again. Then there was Becky's phone. When investigators first examined it, everything seemed normal. But when they dug deeper, when they obtained the raw extraction data from her cell phone carrier, they discovered something she'd tried to hide. There was a deleted call log, a phone call that had been erased from the record. The call was time-stamped just 15 minutes before Robbie was shot. The contact name, Larry Ali. Larry Richmond Sr. wasn't just any Larry. He was engaged to Becky's younger sister, Amanda. Everyone called her Mandy. The 4 of them sometimes went on double dates together. Mandy and Larry, Becky and Robbie. 2 couples, 2 sisters, building what should have been a happy extended family. But Larry Richmond Sr. carried darkness with him. A shadow from his past that should have been a warning to everyone who knew him. In 1996, when Larry was just 17 years old, he'd shot and killed a 70-year-old man named James Everett Montgomery. He'd served 22 years in prison for that murder, finally being released in 2018, less than a year before Robbie was killed. Mandy Fillmore believed Larry had changed. Prison had reformed him, she thought. He was good-looking, charming even. She loved him enough to accept his dark past and plan a future with him. But according to Larry's own son, Larry Richmond Jr., something had been happening behind closed doors. His father was having an affair. He would later tell police. An affair with Becky, his own fiancé's sister. his father's future brother-in-law's wife. The investigation into Robbie's murder moved slowly at first. These things always do. Detectives followed leads that went nowhere, interviewed people who knew nothing. The weeks turned into months, and the case began to grow cold. Then, in March 2019, about a month after the murder, Larry Richmond Jr. provided police with information that would crack the case wide open. He told investigators that his father had sent him letters while incarcerated on unrelated charges. In one of those letters, according to police reports, Larry Sr. had written something chilling. If a certain gun ever surfaced, they'd try to charge him with murder or accessory to murder. Larry Jr. also revealed something else. His father had told him that if things were to go down, he would bury guns in the backyard. Not his own backyard. Randy's backyard, the yard of his unsuspecting fiancée. Detectives obtained a search warrant and descended on Mandy Fillmore's property with shovels. They dug into the earth of her backyard and found exactly what Larry Jr. had described. A buried tote containing multiple firearms. The serial numbers on these guns had been scratched off, obliterated deliberately to make them untraceable. But one gun was missing. The gun investigators believed had been used to kill Robbie Dorr was a very specific type of firearm, a Taurus Judge revolver, unusual weapon that can fire both shotgun shells and pistol ammunition. The autopsy had revealed that Robbie had been struck by two different types of projectiles, exactly the kind of pattern a Taurus Judge would create. That murder weapon was never found. Still, the discovery of the buried guns was enough to charge Larry Richmond Sr. In November 2020, he pleaded guilty to being a felon, in possession of firearms and to possessing firearms with obliterated serial numbers. He was sentenced to 60 months in federal prison, but the authorities weren't satisfied. They knew there was more to the story. A prison informant came forward and told investigators that Larry Richmond Sr. had confided in him. He'd talked about killing Robbie Dorr. He'd talked about his affair with Becky Fox Dorr. In June 2021, more than 2 years after Robbie's murder, investigators obtained crucial evidence from Larry Richmond Sr.'s iPhone. When forensic analysts extracted the data from the device, they found over 42,000 files. Buried in that digital treasure trove was location data, the kind of information your phone quietly records in the background, tracking where you go and when you're there. The data showed 15 separate location hits in a 67-meter radius around Robbie's house on Oakley Street. The timestamps put Larry Richmond Sr. at the scene approximately 20 minutes before Robbie was killed. More damning still, the location data showed Larry's phone moving away from the Dorr residence immediately after the shooting. He was there. He left. The phone didn't lie. Investigators also discovered that Larry had been checking police scanner apps that night. He'd been monitoring Robbie's social media. He was tracking the firefighters' movements, waiting for him to come home. Meanwhile, the investigation into Becky's role was intensifying. That deleted phone call, the one she'd erased before calling 911, became the focus. After 90 minutes of questioning by Detective Jeff Hands, Becky finally admitted it. Yes, she'd spoken to Larry Richmond Sr. that night. Yes, the call happened just 15 minutes before her husband was shot dead in their driveway. But she denied everything else. She denied having an affair. She denied knowing about any murder plot. She claimed the phone call was innocent, related to some earlier conversation between Robbie and Larry. The detectives didn't believe her. Neither did Larry Richmond Jr., who told investigators something that would haunt the case. He said he'd seen his father and Becky kiss, right outside the Dorr house. The affair wasn't just suspected, it had been witnessed. In July 2022, prosecutors convened a grand jury. The evidence was laid out before them: the deleted phone call, the location data, the buried guns, the affair, the witness statements. Becky Fox Dorr was charged with perjury for lying to investigators. She was arrested and jailed, waiting as the investigation continued to build around her. Then, in August 2022, more than 3.5 years after Robbie was murdered in his driveway, both Becky Fox Dorr and Larry Richmond Sr. were formally charged with murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Prosecutors had to answer the question that every murder case hinges on. Why would a wife conspire to have her husband killed? Why would a man murder someone he supposedly knew socially? The answer, according to the state, was as old as murder itself: money and desire. Robbie Dorr had a firefighter's pension. the kind of retirement plan that comes from decades of public service. If he died in the line of duty, or if he was murdered, Becky would receive 75% of that pension for the rest of her life. Plus, there was a $12,000 death benefit. It wasn't a fortune, but it was enough. Enough to provide financial security. Enough to motivate someone who wanted to be free of her marriage and financially stable at the same time. Prosecutor Diana Moores laid it out plainly during the trial. Without the defendant in this case, she said, speaking of Becky, Larry Richmond would have no reason to murder Dorr. The theory was simple and devastating. Becky and Larry had been carrying on an affair behind the backs of their respective partners. Robbie and Mandy. Becky wanted out of her marriage, but she didn't want to leave empty-handed. Larry Richmond, with his history of violence and his obsession with Becky, was willing to do the unthinkable. On the night of February 26, 2019, according to prosecutors, Becky and Larry finalized their plan over the phone. That 5-minute call that Becky would later delete. She told him when Robbie would be home. She gave him the information he needed to be waiting in the alleyway behind the house. When Robbie's headlights appeared in the driveway, Larry Richmond was ready. He stepped out of the shadows with that Taurus Judge revolver, and he shot Robbie Dorr 3 times as the exhausted firefighter climbed out of his truck. Then Larry disappeared into the night, checking his police scanner apps to monitor whether authorities were closing in. Meanwhile, Becky played the role of the grieving widow, calling 911, speaking to neighbors, acting shocked and devastated. But she'd made one mistake. She deleted that phone call from her records, thinking it would hide her involvement. She didn't realize that phone companies keep more detailed records than what appears on your device. That deleted call became the thread that, when pulled, unraveled the entire conspiracy. Elizabeth Fox Dorr's trial began on May 6, 2024. She was 52 years old by then, having spent almost 2 years in jail awaiting her day in court. She maintained her innocence throughout, insisting she had nothing to do with her husband's murder. The trial lasted 6 days, and the Vanderburgh County courtroom was packed with spectators, journalists, and most importantly, Robbie's family. They came to see justice for a man who'd spent his life serving others, only to be betrayed by the person who should have loved him most. The prosecution presented their case methodically. They showed the jury the phone records proving Becky had called Larry Richmond just before the murder. They presented the location data that placed Larry at the scene. They brought in Larry Richmond Jr., who testified about his father's confession and the affair he'd witnessed. A prison informant took the stand and described Larry Richmond Sr.'s admissions about killing Robbie. Perhaps most damaging of all was the testimony from Becky's own son, Nathaniel Guthrie. Robbie had been Nathaniel's stepfather, but the bond between them was deeper than biology. He was like a father to me, Nathaniel told the jury. His testimony helped paint a picture of Robbie as a devoted family man who'd never suspected the betrayal brewing under his own roof. Becky's defense attorney, Rob Phillips, argued vigorously for his client. He called the case circumstantial, built on speculation rather than hard proof. He pointed out that aside from that single phone call on February 26, 2019, investigators had found no evidence in the 5 years since the murder that directly proved Becky had ordered or participated in the killing. "I had nothing to do with it," Becky insisted in an interview. Nothing at all. She maintained that Larry Richmond Sr. had acted alone, that if he'd killed Robbie, he'd done so for his own reasons. But the jury didn't buy it. After deliberating, they returned with their verdict: guilty on both counts, murder and conspiracy to commit murder. When Judge Robert J. Pigman read the verdict, Becky's face trembled slightly, but she remained mostly composed. She was remanded back to the Vanderburgh County Jail, where she'd been held since July 2022 to await sentencing. On June 17, 2024, Elizabeth Fox Dorr returned to court for her sentencing hearing. This was the moment when Robbie's family could finally speak, when they could tell the court what his absence had cost them. His daughter, Lindsay Griffin, took the stand with tears streaming down her face. She spoke about her little girl, Robbie's granddaughter, and what the child had said at his funeral. "She asked me when Grandpa was coming back," Lindsay said, her voice breaking. "That was one of the hardest things I've ever had to hear, trying to explain to her that he was gone forever." Robbie's sister, Angela Roybal, wept as she described how her brother's absence had left a hole in every family gathering, every holiday, how his grandson was growing up to look just like him, but would never know the man who would have loved him so fiercely. Nathaniel Guthrie, who'd lost both his stepfather and now his mother to this tragedy, spoke about the 5 long years of waiting. Finally, justice has been served, he said. Dad can finally rest. He can finally sleep. He can finally be put to rest. The defense attorney, Mark Phillips, made one last appeal. He spoke about something he called residual doubt. The idea that in circumstantial cases there should be mercy when absolute certainty is impossible. He asked the judge to impose the minimum sentence, arguing that the state had never definitively proven Becky told Larry to pull the trigger. Prosecutor Diana Morris Davis countered with the aggravating factors: the existence of a conspiracy, the relationship between the defendant and victim, the cold-blooded nature of the crime, the financial motive. She argued for consecutive sentencing, the maximum punishment available. Judge Pigman delivered his sentence: 60 years for murder, 30 years for conspiracy to commit murder, to be served consecutively. A total of 90 years in prison. For a 52-year-old woman, it was effectively a life sentence. Elizabeth Becky Fox Dorr would spend the rest of her days at the Rockville Correctional Facility, separated from her family, her freedom, and any hope of the life she'd apparently tried to secure through murder. Even as she was led away in chains, Becky maintained her innocence. "I am innocent of these crimes," she told the judge. "I never asked anyone to harm or murder my husband." Her attorney filed an appeal, as is standard in such cases, but as of now the conviction stands. There's a coda to this story that remains unwritten. As of late 2024, Larry Richmond Sr. still hasn't faced trial. His case has been delayed multiple times. He continues to plead not guilty from his cell at the Evansville Parole District Jail, where he's been held awaiting his day in court. His trial was recently rescheduled for December 2025. When he finally faces a jury, they'll hear much of the same evidence that convicted Becky Fox Dorr: the phone records, the location data, the buried guns, the testimony from his own son, the admissions to his cellmate. Will he be convicted as Becky was? Only time will tell. But for the people who loved Robbie Dorr, the legal proceedings are almost beside the point. No verdict can bring him back. No prison sentence can restore the years they've lost with him. The Evansville Fire Department dedicated a truck to Robbie's memory. There's a photo of his daughter Lindsay and her little girl sitting in that truck, surrounded by the tools of the profession. Robbie loved so much. It's a bittersweet memorial to a man who gave his life to saving others, only to have his own life taken by the people who should have protected him. His best friend, Larry Wild, who worked beside him for 34 years, spoke to the media after Becky's conviction. "You can't replace the best friend," he said quietly, "especially not one for 34 years. Chief Mike Connolly, speaking at Robbie's memorial service, said that Robbie wore his badge with pride and dignity. His legacy of integrity is what the foundation of this department is built upon. Every day, firefighters at Station 1 go to work. They check their equipment, they respond to emergencies, they save lives, and they do it without Robbie Dorr, the man who always greeted them with 'How are you, young man?' or 'How are you, young lady?' The man who would freeze your coffee mug in ice if you weren't paying attention. The man who ran into burning buildings when everyone else was running out. There's something particularly cruel about being murdered by someone you trust. Robbie Dorr spent his last moments coming home after a 12-hour shift of serving his community. He was tired, probably thinking about dinner, probably looking forward to seeing Becky. He had no idea that she'd spent those 12 hours coordinating his death, that she'd told another man exactly when to expect him, that the headlights she saw weren't a welcome sight, but a signal that everything was going according to plan. In true crime, we often encounter the phrase crime of passion. We hear about murders committed in the heat of anger, in moments of rage that spin out of control. This wasn't that. This was calculated. This was cold. This required Becky to look at her husband day after day, to say, "I love you," perhaps, to make plans for the future, all while knowing that she was planning to end his life. For what? For 75% of a firefighter's pension and $12,000. For the freedom to be with Larry Richmond Sr., a convicted murderer. Was that worth Robbie's life? Was that worth destroying their family? Was that worth the grief of his daughter, his sisters, his friends, his grandchildren who will grow up without him? These are questions that have no satisfying answers. What we know is this: On February 26, 2019, at approximately 7 p.m., a good man came home from work. He'd spent the day serving his community, ready to save lives at a moment's notice. And in his own driveway, the place where he should have been safest, he was shot and killed by someone his wife had sent to murder him. The investigation took years. The trial was long, the sentencing was harsh, but none of it brings Robbie back. Somewhere tonight, Lindsay Griffin is tucking her daughter into bed. Maybe the little girl asks about Grandpa Robbie, about the stories her mother tells her. Maybe she looks at photos of a man in a firefighter's uniform, a man with kind eyes and weathered hands, a man she'll never really know. Somewhere tonight, Larry Wilds is perhaps thinking about his best friend of 34 years, about all the fires they fought together, all the jokes they shared, all the lives they saved. Somewhere tonight, Elizabeth Fox Duar is in her cell at Rockville Correctional Facility, insisting still that she's innocent, that this is all a terrible mistake. And somewhere tonight, the memory of Robert F. Duar, II firefighter, father-friend lives on, and the people who loved him and the community he served. His legacy isn't the manner of his death. It's the way he lived. 28 years of service, 28 years of running toward danger, 28 years of putting others first. Take a break, young man, his chief said at his funeral. You deserve it. Rest easy, brother. We'll take it from here. And so, as we close this story, let that be the last word. Not about betrayal or murder or conspiracy, but about a man who spent his life saving others, whose memory deserves to be honored, whose loss is still deeply felt by everyone who knew him. Rest easy, Robbie Duar. Rest easy. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. Tonight we're going to explore a case that reveals how kindness can sometimes be exploited, how obsession can cloud judgment, and how a generous heart can lead someone down a path they never imagined. This is the story of Dr. Thomas Burchard, a beloved child psychiatrist from Salinas, California, and the woman who called herself Bad Barbie. In the coastal California town of Salinas, there lived a man whose patients remembered him not just for his expertise, but for the magic tricks he performed during their sessions. Dr. Thomas Kurt Burchard wasn't just a psychiatrist. He was someone children trusted, someone who could make them smile even on their darkest days. By 2019, Dr. Burchard was 71 years old. He'd spent 4 decades building his practice, treating children who needed someone to understand them, someone to listen. His colleagues respected him. His patients adored him. After all those years, he'd finally allowed himself to ease into semi-retirement, cutting back to a 4-day work week, not because he wanted to stop helping people. Dr. Burchard could never fully stop, but because he wanted to maintain that balance between care and rest that so many doctors struggled to find. Those who knew him described him as extraordinarily generous, almost to a fault. If he saw someone in need, he would give them the shirt off his back. That's what his longtime girlfriend Judy Earp would later say about him. She'd met Tom, as she called him, during the early 2000s on a trip to Las Vegas with mutual friends. Their connection was immediate. Not long after, she moved from Orange County to Salinas to be with him, and they built a life together for 17 years. But Tom's generosity extended beyond his relationship with Judy. Perhaps it was the psychiatrist in him, always wanting to help, always seeing the wounded soul beneath the surface. Throughout their relationship, Judy was aware that Tom sent money to women he met online. It wasn't about romance with all of them, she believed. It was about Tom's inability to turn away from a sad story. Some people took advantage of that trait, but none would take advantage quite like Kelsey Turner. Tom's inclination to help people had surfaced even earlier in his life. His divorce papers from 2001 mentioned his tendency to send money to women he'd met on the internet. It was a pattern, a compulsion almost. This need to be someone's savior. And in the age of social media and Instagram models, that impulse would find its most dangerous target. Kelsey Nicole Turner was 25 years old when she entered Dr. Burchard's life. Though the exact circumstances of their meeting remain somewhat unclear, what is known is that they connected online, and what began as a simple interaction evolved into something much more complicated. Kelsey presented herself to the world through carefully curated images on Instagram, where she went by the username Bad Barbie. With her platinum blonde hair, surgically enhanced figure, and provocative poses, she'd built a following of tens of thousands. She'd appeared in Playboy Italia and Maxim, though calling her a professional model might have been generous. She was more accurately described as an aspiring model, someone who traded in the currency of social media attention and paid appearances at nightclub events. In interviews published alongside her modeling photos, Kelsey described herself as impulsive and said she loved emotions and fun. She claimed to live her life fully aware that it is the only one I have. She had a tattoo of a gun tucked into a garter belt on her thigh, an image that, in retrospect, carries a disturbing irony. But behind the glamorous Instagram persona was a struggling single mother originally from Arkansas, transplanted to California, trying to make ends meet while raising a young son. And that's where Dr. Thomas Burchard came in. The relationship between Kelsey and Tom was complicated, transactional, and according to some sources involved both Kelsey and her mother. Tom began helping Kelsey financially, paying her rent, her insurance, providing what she needed. At first it might have seemed like simple kindness, a wealthy psychiatrist helping a young mother get on her feet. But then the amounts grew larger. The help became more frequent. According to Judy Earp, Tom spent upwards of $300,000 on Kelsey over the course of several years. That's not a typo. $300,000. $2,000 to $4,000 a week by some estimates. Tom paid rent on a home that Kelsey shared with her mother in Salinas for a full year. He provided cars. He covered expenses that seemed to multiply endlessly. Judy later revealed that Kelsey had even printed fraudulent checks from her home computer using Tom's account information and made online purchases on his dime. Judy wasn't blind to what was happening. She'd seen Tom help women before, but never to this magnitude. She warned him. She saw Kelsey as manipulative, dangerous, even as evil as Charles Manson. She would later describe the young woman. Those are strong words. Words born from frustration and fear. She could see what Tom couldn't, or wouldn't see. The last conversation I had with him, Judy recalled, he had to go to Las Vegas to check things out because she was a compulsive liar. Because by early 2019, Kelsey had moved. After being evicted from the Salinas home when Tom briefly stopped paying the rent, she relocated to Las Vegas with her 4-year-old son, and somehow, despite everything, Tom started paying her rent again, this time for a 2-story stucco home in a suburban Las Vegas neighborhood. The house in Las Vegas wasn't just Kelsey's. She shared the top-floor master bedroom with her boyfriend John Logan Kennison. Logan, as he preferred to be called, was 27 years old, a man who would later be described by his own attorneys as being under Kelsey's spell, a master manipulator he could not rebuff. Kelsey's son had his own bedroom on the 2nd floor, next to a room occupied by their housemate, Diana Pena. Diana was a 30-year-old woman who worked as a bartender at a Las Vegas strip resort. She needed a place to stay, and Kelsey had taken her in. Another roommate, Jeremy Esserick, slept downstairs. It was a full house sustained entirely by Dr. Thomas Burchard's money, and everyone who lived there knew it. Throughout this arrangement, something was eating at Tom. Despite all the money he'd spent, despite all the help he'd provided, he was beginning to understand what Judy had been telling him all along. Kelsey Turner was using him. She wasn't grateful, she was entitled. She wasn't getting better. She was getting worse. According to Diana's later testimony, Kelsey had problems with drugs and alcohol. She had control over Tom. Diana said, and Tom knew Kelsey needed help. But despite everything, Tom told Diana that he loved Kelsey. Love is complicated. Obsession is even more so. And by early March 2019, Tom had made a decision. He was going to cut Kelsey off. He was going to take it all away, the rent money, the financial support, everything. He didn't want to be her golden goose anymore, as Diana would later put it. But there was another concern growing in Tom's mind, one that made the situation even more volatile. Tom had been speaking with Kelsey's mother about Kelsey's parenting. Given her issues with substance abuse and her increasingly erratic behavior, Tom wondered if it might be necessary to involve social services regarding Kelsey's son. Just over a week before he died, social workers appeared at the door of Tom's Salinas home. They were inquiring about his mental state, checking to see if he might be suffering from dementia. Someone had tipped them off. Judy suspected it was connected to Kelsey, though she couldn't prove it, but she saw it as an opportunity. She told the social workers that a young woman named Kelsey Turner was taking advantage of her boyfriend. The trap was being set, though no one realized it yet. On March 1st, 2019, Dr. Thomas Burchard flew from California to Las Vegas. He hadn't told Kelsey he was coming. This was a surprise visit. A confrontation, really. He needed to see for himself what was happening in that house he was paying for. He needed to check things out, as he told Judy. When Tom arrived at the Desert Mesa drive home, he found it full. Kelsey was there with Logan. Diana was there. Jeremy was downstairs. And Kelsey's young son was in his bedroom. We can only imagine what that first conversation was like. Tom had come to deliver difficult news that the money would be stopping, that he couldn't continue supporting this lifestyle. But he'd also come because he was concerned about the child living in that environment. The visit didn't go as planned. Instead of having a rational conversation and returning home, Tom found himself staying at the house. Days passed. March 1st became March 2nd, then March 3rd. Judy, back in Salinas, was growing concerned. Tom wasn't returning her calls the way he normally would. The exact sequence of events over those early March days remains somewhat unclear. What is known is that tensions in the house were rising. Tom was there, in the house he'd paid for, confronting realities that Kelsey didn't want confronted. And Kelsey was growing increasingly angry. It was March 2nd, the day after Tom's arrival, when Diana Pena finished her shift at the casino and needed a ride home. She called Kelsey. Kelsey agreed to pick her up, but when the car arrived, it was Tom who was driving. Kelsey was in the passenger seat. Diana got into the back of the blue Mercedes-Benz C300, the car that Tom had provided for Kelsey. The atmosphere was tense. Tom, unfamiliar with Las Vegas, got lost trying to find his way back to the house. He passed his phone to Kelsey so she could use the GPS. That's when everything went wrong. Kelsey, with Tom's phone in her hands, started going through his messages. She saw things she didn't like. Specifically, she found text message conversations between Tom and her mother. They were discussing the possibility of having Kelsey's son taken away from her. They were talking about custody, about whether Kelsey was fit to parent her child. From the back seat, Diana watched as Kelsey's face changed. The anger that surfaced was immediate and explosive. Kelsey started screaming at Tom. She was kicking him, hitting him, calling him a betrayer. Tom seemed confused, almost dazed. He just kept saying he loved Kelsey and he didn't know why she was acting like that. Diana would later testify. Here was this 71-year-old man who'd spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this woman, being physically attacked while trying to drive a car. And all he could say was that he loved her. They made it back to the house, but the argument was far from over. If anything, it intensified once they were behind closed doors. Inside the house, Kelsey's rage continued to build. She wasn't just angry about the text messages with her mother. She was furious about the possibility of losing control. Control over the money, control over her situation, control over her son. In her mind, Tom wasn't trying to help her. He was trying to destroy her. Diana, watching this unfold, felt her first flutter of real fear. Kelsey wasn't just yelling anymore. She was making threats. She said she was going to call Tom's employer, the hospital where he worked, and tell them that he had child pornography on his phone. Let that sink in for a moment. Tom Burchard, a child psychiatrist who had spent 40 years helping children, was being threatened with an accusation that could destroy everything he'd built. An accusation that was completely false, as investigators would later confirm. Not a single image, not a single file of anything inappropriate was ever found on any of Tom's devices. But Kelsey knew exactly what she was doing. For a man whose entire life was dedicated to helping children, even the accusation would be devastating. The mere suggestion, if made public, would end his career, ruin his reputation, possibly lead to legal trouble. It was the nuclear option, and Kelsey was wielding it like a weapon. Tom seemed bewildered. He kept trying to understand why Kelsey was acting this way, kept professing his love for her, kept trying to calm the situation. Diana, meanwhile, was thinking about Kelsey's young son, who was upstairs in his bedroom, probably hearing all of this. She quietly called a trusted friend and asked them to come get the boy. Take him somewhere safe. The friend arrived and took the child away from the house. Diana's instincts were telling her that something terrible was about to happen. At some point during the escalating chaos, Tom retreated upstairs to one of the bedrooms, probably seeking safety, probably hoping that if he removed himself from the situation, things would calm down. He locked the door behind him. But Logan Kennison wasn't about to let Tom hide. With Kelsey's encouragement, her demands, really, Logan went after him. Diana heard footsteps pounding up the stairs. She heard a crash as Logan broke down the door, literally splitting it in half. And then she heard the sounds that would haunt her forever. Logan had grabbed a baseball bat. Inside that upstairs bedroom, he began beating Thomas Burchard. Diana screamed for them to stop, to calm down, but her voice was drowned out by the sounds of violence. When it finally quieted, Logan emerged from the room. He was covered in blood. I'd never been so scared in my life. Diana would later tell investigators, "It's just like real terror." And then I just kind of went numb. I just turned around and started washing dishes. Because that was the only thing I could do to calm down. It's a haunting image. It's Diana standing at the kitchen sink, washing dishes in a robotic trance, while upstairs a man lay bleeding and broken. Initially, there was discussion about taking Tom to the hospital. Diana pushed for this. Tom was still alive, still conscious, though badly injured. They got him to the car, and as they were preparing to leave, Tom asked for his jacket. It was then that he looked at Diana and said something she would never forget. "You know they're going to kill me." Tom knew, even in his battered state, even with his injuries, he understood what was coming, and he was right. Kelsey and Logan went back into the house, leaving Tom in the car. When they returned, their plans had changed. They weren't taking him to the hospital. Instead, they ordered Diana to go upstairs and clean up the blood, the evidence of what had happened in that bedroom. Diana went upstairs. She started cleaning, her hands shaking, her mind trying to process what was happening. She didn't see Tom again after that. She didn't see what Logan and Kelsey did in the garage where they took him next. According to Diana's later testimony to the grand jury, while she was upstairs cleaning the bedroom, Tom was taken to the garage. That's where Logan finished what he'd started. Diana testified that Logan used a gun to beat Tom. The medical examiner would later determine that Tom died from blunt force trauma to the head. The injuries were catastrophic. When grand jurors were later shown photographs of Tom's wounds, they gasped. "Jesus Christ," one said. "Oh my God," said another. Tom's face, neck, arms, and upper chest were covered in bruises, cuts, and scrapes. He had defensive wounds on his arms. Evidence that he'd tried to protect himself, tried to fight back. Part of his ear was missing. This wasn't a quick death. This was prolonged, brutal, savage. And through it all, according to the evidence presented at trial, Kelsey was there, encouraging Logan, fueling his violence with her own rage. Diana, still upstairs, could hear sounds from the garage, but tried not to think about what they meant. She focused on scrubbing blood from the bedroom walls, gathering up the evidence, doing what she'd been told to do, because by this point Diana was also a victim, caught in a nightmare she couldn't escape, fearing that if she didn't cooperate she might be next. When Logan was finished, Tom's body needed to be hidden. The solution was both practical and horrifying. They would put him in the trunk of Kelsey's Mercedes, the very car that Tom had provided for her. They wrapped Tom's body in bedding. They included the baseball bat that had been used to strike him. They added his credit card, perhaps without thinking, perhaps not caring. Then they stuffed it all into the trunk of the blue Mercedes-Benz C300. Latex gloves and cleaning supplies were scattered throughout the house. Blood had soaked into the garage floor, despite their attempts to clean it up. The broken bedroom door hung in pieces. The evidence of what had happened was everywhere. If you knew where to look, that night or early the next morning, the exact timeline remains somewhat unclear. The Mercedes was driven out of the Las Vegas suburbs east toward Lake Mead. The desert roads out there are long and empty, the kind of place where a person could abandon a car and reasonably expect it wouldn't be found for days, maybe weeks. The car was left on a dirt road off State Route 47 near the Lake Mead National Recreation Area. Before leaving, someone threw a rock through one of the windows, perhaps to make it look like the car had been vandalized or broken into, perhaps just as a final act of destruction. Then Kelsey, Logan, and Diana fled. They drove back to California, to Stockton, where Kelsey had connections. They were on the run now, though from Diana's perspective, she was more hostage than accomplice. On March 7th, 2019, 5 days after Tom had been killed, a man was driving through the desert area near Lake Mead with his children. He noticed a blue Mercedes-Benz sitting alone on a dirt road, one of its windows broken. Something about it seemed wrong. He called the police. Officers arrived and approached the vehicle cautiously. They detected a foul smell immediately, a smell that experienced officers recognized instantly as the scent of death. When they opened the trunk, they found Thomas Burchard's body wrapped in bedding, decomposing in the Nevada heat. Back in Salinas, Judy Earp had been growing increasingly frantic. Tom was supposed to have returned from Las Vegas days earlier. He hadn't gotten off his flight. He wasn't answering his phone. This wasn't like him. Despite their complicated relationship and the issues with Kelsey Turner, Tom had always stayed in touch with Judy. His silence was deafening. When police contacted her to say they'd found a body in a car registered to Kelsey Turner, Judy's worst fears were confirmed. Tom was gone. The man who had loved too much, helped too freely, seen the good in people even when they didn't deserve it. He was dead. The investigation moved quickly. The Mercedes was registered to Kelsey Turner. Tom Burchard's credit card was in the trunk with his body. The trail led directly to the house on Desert Mesa Drive. Detective Matthew Dosh was assigned to the case. When he arrived at the Desert Mesa Drive house, he spoke with the landlord, who confirmed what investigators already suspected. Thomas Burchard paid the rent on this property. The house appeared abandoned. Inside, Dosh found cleaning supplies everywhere, clear evidence of an attempted cleanup. The broken door in the upstairs bedroom told a story of forced entry. Blood evidence remained despite the cleaning efforts. Particularly in the garage, footprints tracked through it. More cleaning supplies were scattered around. In one of the bedrooms, investigators found items bearing Logan Kennison's name. Blue and white bath towels at the house matched a towel found with Tom's body in the trunk of the Mercedes. The forensic connections were piling up when fingerprints from the car were analyzed. They came back as matches for Diana Pena and Logan Kennison. The circle was tightening, but where were the suspects? The house was empty. Kelsey, Logan, and Diana had vanished. It didn't take long to track them down. By March 21st, FBI agents and Las Vegas police located Kelsey Turner in Stockton, California. She was arrested without incident, though media reports noted she appeared shocked, as if she hadn't really believed this day would come. Logan Kennison was arrested back in Las Vegas. Shortly after, like Kelsey, he maintained his innocence. "We're not monsters. We didn't do it," he would later tell Access Hollywood in one of those ill-advised interviews that suspects sometimes give while awaiting trial. Diana Pena initially fled with Kelsey and Logan, but as the reality of her situation sank in, and as investigators made clear they had physical evidence placing her at the scene, she made a different choice. She turned herself in to police. And then she did something that would determine the trajectory of the entire case. She told the truth. On June 11th, 2019, Diana Pena stood before a judge and entered a plea of guilty to accessory to murder. In exchange for her cooperation and testimony, prosecutors reduced her charge from the original murder accusation. She agreed to testify against Kelsey and Logan in grand jury proceedings. Diana's testimony painted a vivid, horrifying picture of what had happened in that house. She described Kelsey going through Tom's phone and discovering the messages about potentially having her son taken away. She recounted the escalating violence, Kelsey's demands that Logan knock Thomas out, the broken door, the baseball bat, Logan emerging covered in blood. She testified about Tom's final words to her. "You know they're going to kill me." She described being ordered to clean up the crime scene while Tom was taken to the garage. She admitted she helped clean up afterward, that she'd fled with Kelsey and Logan to California. But she maintained, and prosecutors believed, that she had been terrified, acting under duress, trying to survive a situation she'd never asked to be part of. During grand jury proceedings, the jurors' reactions to the evidence said everything. When shown photographs of Tom's injuries, their gasps and exclamations were recorded in the transcript. The brutality of what had been done to this kind, generous man was almost incomprehensible. Diana's attorney, Jess Mitsuda, would later emphasize that his client had nothing to do with Tom's death itself. She hadn't participated in the violence, hadn't encouraged it. She was a witness who had been caught in a nightmare. The grand jury indicted Kelsey Turner and Logan Kennison on charges of open murder with a deadly weapon and conspiracy to commit murder. Both pleaded not guilty. Diana Pena was released on her own recognizance. She'd ultimately be sentenced to 3 years of probation, a sentence that acknowledged her cooperation while recognizing she'd still participated in the cover-up of a murder. As the case moved toward trial, the defense strategies began to take shape, and they revealed something fascinating about how each participant understood what had happened. Logan Kennison's attorneys pursued a particular line of argument. Their client was a man in love with a master manipulator. Logan's error in judgment was becoming entangled with a master manipulator he could not rebuff. They wrote in court documents. He was also in love with her. Logan's violence, thus, was a crime of passion. Turner's frenzy fueled him. Her frenzy and calls for bloodlust sealed Dr. Burchard's unjustified fate. It was an attempt to paint Logan as a weapon wielded by Kelsey, as if his hands had delivered the blows. But her will had guided them. Whether this was true, partially true, or a convenient legal fiction is something each person must decide for themselves. Kelsey's defense, meanwhile, focused on casting doubt on Diana's testimony, suggesting she had reasons to lie, pointing to the lack of physical evidence directly connecting Kelsey to the act of killing Tom. After all, it was Logan's fingerprints in the car. Logan who had wielded the bat. Logan who had been covered in blood. But the prosecution had a different narrative, one supported by Diana's testimony and the evidence. This wasn't a crime of passion. This was a murder motivated by greed and rage. When Tom threatened to cut off Kelsey's financial support, when he threatened her lifestyle and potentially her custody of her son, Kelsey decided he had to die. She'd orchestrated it, encouraged it, participated in it. Initially, prosecutors considered seeking the death penalty for both Kelsey and Logan, but ultimately they decided against it. Perhaps they felt the evidence, while strong, didn't meet the highest bar. Perhaps other factors influenced the decision. Either way, the death penalty was taken off the table. The case would take years to move through the court system. COVID-19 pandemic delays added to the normal sluggishness of criminal proceedings. Kelsey and Logan both remained in custody, unable to make bail. In July 2022, more than 3 years after Tom's murder, Logan Kennison made a decision. He would accept a plea deal. He pleaded guilty to second-degree murder with a deadly weapon and conspiracy to commit murder. On the day of his sentencing, Judge Joe Hardy handed down a sentence of 18 to 45 years in prison. Logan would be eligible for parole after serving 18 years, meaning if granted parole at the earliest possible date, he'd be in his mid-40s when released. The judge's comments suggested he believed Logan had been influenced by Kelsey, that perhaps in different circumstances, with a different woman, Logan wouldn't have committed murder. But that didn't excuse what he'd done. A man was dead. A beloved psychiatrist who'd spent his life helping children had been brutally beaten to death. Someone had to answer for that. With Logan's plea, attention turned fully to Kelsey Turner. Kelsey's trial was scheduled for November 2022. As the date approached, her attorneys and prosecutors engaged in negotiations. The evidence against Kelsey was substantial. Diana's eyewitness testimony, the forensic evidence, Logan's confession, the paper trail of financial manipulation. But trials are unpredictable. Juries can be sympathetic to attractive young women. Reasonable doubt is a high bar for prosecutors to clear. A deal was proposed. Kelsey would enter what's called an Alford plea to second-degree murder. An Alford plea is a unique legal mechanism that allows a defendant to maintain their innocence while acknowledging that the prosecution has enough evidence to likely secure a conviction. Essentially, it's saying, I didn't do this, but I recognize that a jury would probably find me guilty based on the evidence. So I'm pleading guilty to avoid trial. For Kelsey, the benefit was clear. The plea deal guaranteed she'd be eligible for parole after 10 years. Without the deal, if convicted at trial of first-degree murder, she could have faced life in prison without the possibility of parole. On November 9th, 2022, Kelsey Turner signed the plea agreement. She would be sentenced to 10 to 25 years in prison with the possibility of parole after serving the minimum 10 years. January 10th, 2023. The Clark County Courthouse in Las Vegas. This was the day Kelsey Turner would formally be sentenced for her role in Thomas Burchard's murder. The courtroom was full. Media covered the event extensively. The Playboy model murder case, as headlines called it, had captured public attention. Kelsey, now 29 years old, appeared in court wearing jail clothing, her Instagram glamour stripped away by years in custody. Chief Deputy District Attorney Pamela Weckerly presented the case for the prosecution. She outlined the evidence: Tom's battered body in the trunk, the baseball bat, the cleaned-up crime scene, Diana's testimony about Kelsey ordering Logan to attack Tom, the false accusations of child pornography that Kelsey had wielded as a weapon. Directly emphasized the premeditation, the cold calculation. This wasn't a sudden fit of rage. Kelsey had threatened Tom, encouraged Logan's violence, participated in covering up the crime, and fled the scene. But the most powerful moment came when Judy Earp was allowed to address the court. Kelsey's defense team had tried to block Judy from speaking, filing an objection, but the judge overruled them. Judy had earned the right to be heard. Through tears, Judy spoke about Tom, about his kindness, his generosity, his love for helping people. She spoke about the 17 years they'd spent together, about the life they'd built. "My whole world was viciously ripped from me," she said. Then she turned to Kelsey's actions. She accused Kelsey of printing fraudulent checks on her home computer, using Tom's account information. She spoke about the online charges Kelsey had made. The number kept coming back. $300,000, maybe more. That's how much Tom had given Kelsey. Not loaned, given. Because of his generous nature, I never realized such evil existed in this world until this happened, Judy told the court. She described her fear that even after Kelsey served time, she might be released one day. "I do not want to spend the rest of my life constantly worrying and always looking over my shoulder if or when she is granted parole." Throughout all of this, Kelsey Turner cried. She was tearful in court. Her face reddened, but she made no statement. Her attorney, Ashley Sisolak, spoke on her behalf, arguing that the plea deal was the best resolution to the case, that it allowed Kelsey to take responsibility while preserving her ability to eventually rebuild her life. Judge Carly Kearney delivered the sentence, 10 to 25 years in prison. Kelsey would serve her time at the Florence McClure Women's Correctional Center in Nevada. In theory, she could appear before the parole board after serving 10 years. Sometime around 2020, whether parole would be granted was another question entirely. Kelsey was also ordered to pay thousands of dollars in legal fees, a final, almost symbolic reminder that actions have consequences. As Kelsey was led out of the courtroom back to begin serving her sentence, one had to wonder, did she understand what she'd done? Did she grasp the magnitude of taking a human life? Or in her mind was she still the victim somehow, still bad Barbie, who'd been wronged by a system that didn't understand her? Diana Pena's sentencing came later. In February 2023, Judge Joe Hardy sentenced her to probation not exceeding 3 years. Considering the facts and circumstances of the case and how it unfolded, I think probation was the right choice, her attorney Jess Matsuda said. Diana had cooperated fully with prosecutors. She'd testified truthfully. She'd helped secure convictions against the two people most responsible for Tom's death. While she'd participated in the cover-up, she hadn't participated in the violence itself. The justice system recognized that distinction. For Judy Earp, no sentence could bring Tom back. In interviews after the sentencing, she spoke about trying to move forward, trying to find meaning in the tragedy. She'd become an advocate for victims' families, wanting to ensure Tom's story wasn't forgotten. She thought about Tom's patients, all those children he'd helped over 40 years of practice. She thought about the magic tricks he'd performed, the way he'd made kids smile even when they were struggling. That legacy, at least, couldn't be taken away. In the months and years following the sentencing, as details of the case became public through court documents and media reports, people struggled to understand a fundamental question: why? Why did Kelsey Turner, a young woman who could have started over, who could have built a life without Tom's support, choose murder instead? Why did Logan Kennison, a man with no prior history of violence, beat a 71-year-old man to death? The simple answer is greed and rage. Tom threatened to cut off Kelsey's lifestyle. Worse, he threatened her custody of her son. In Kelsey's mind, according to prosecutors, Tom had become an enemy rather than a benefactor, and enemies needed to be eliminated. But there's a deeper psychological element at work here, one that psychiatrists who've studied cases like this might recognize. Kelsey had come to see Tom's money as hers by right. His generosity had created an expectation, an entitlement. When he threatened to take it away, it felt like theft to her. Like he was stealing from her. Not like he was simply stopping his voluntary support. This is a phenomenon that sometimes occurs in relationships where one party is entirely financially dependent on another. The dependent party begins to feel that they've earned the support through their mere presence, through the relationship itself. Taking away that support feels like a violation, an attack. Add to that the very real fear of losing her child. And you have a person who felt cornered, desperate, willing to do anything to maintain control of her situation. As for Logan, his attorneys may have been right that he was under Kelsey's influence. Love, or what passes for love, can make people do terrible things. But ultimately, Logan made his own choices. He broke down that door. He wielded that bat. He delivered those fatal blows, whatever Kelsey's influence. Logan's hands did the violence. Let's end by returning to where we began, with Thomas Burchard himself. In the media coverage of his murder, Tom was often portrayed as a victim of his own kindness, as someone whose generosity was exploited. And while that's true, it's not the complete picture. Tom Burchard was a complex person. His ex-wife had mentioned in divorce proceedings that he sent money to women he met online, suggesting this wasn't an isolated incident with Kelsey, but rather a pattern. He maintained a 17-year relationship with Judy Earp, while simultaneously developing an intimate relationship with Kelsey Turner that he hid from Judy for quite some time. He was a man who wanted to be needed, who wanted to be a savior. That impulse led him to help countless children over 4 decades of psychiatric practice. It led him to perform magic tricks in therapy sessions, to make vulnerable kids feel safe and understood. Those were the positive manifestations of his need to help. But the same impulse also made him vulnerable to manipulation. It led him to send hundreds of thousands of dollars to a woman who saw him not as a person, but as a resource. It led him ultimately to that house in Las Vegas, where he would draw his last breath. The tragedy of Thomas Burchard is that his greatest strength and his fatal weakness were the same thing. His generosity, his inability to turn away from someone who needed help or claimed to need help. His patients will remember him as Dr. Burchard, the kind psychiatrist who made them laugh. Judy will remember him as Tom, her partner of 17 years. Kelsey Turner may remember him, if she allows herself to remember honestly, as the man whose life she destroyed for money and control. As of today, Kelsey Turner remains incarcerated at the Florence McClure Women's Correctional Center in Nevada. She will be eligible for parole in 2029, though there's no guarantee she'll be granted it. At her parole hearing, if she reaches it, the board will consider many factors: her behavior in prison, whether she's shown genuine remorse, whether she still poses a danger to society. Logan Kennison is serving his sentence at a Nevada state prison. He won't be eligible for parole until he's served 18 years, putting his earliest possible release date sometime in the 2040s. He'll be middle-aged by then, his 20s and 30s spent behind bars for a crime committed in service of a woman who may not even remember his name by the time he's released. Diana Pena completed her probation. She cooperated fully with authorities, testified truthfully, and by all accounts has tried to move forward with her life, forever changed by those terrible days in March 2019, when she witnessed a murder unfold in real time. Judy Earp continues to live in Salinas, California, in the home she once shared with Tom. She's spoken publicly about the case, wanting people to understand who Tom really was. Not just a victim, but a three-dimensional person with strengths and flaws. Someone who loved deeply and gave freely, sometimes too freely. Tom's son from his previous marriage has largely stayed out of the public eye, grieving privately for a father whose final years were consumed by an obsession that cost him everything. And Kelsey's son, the little boy who was living in that house, who was taken away by Diana's friend before the worst of the violence occurred, is being raised elsewhere now, shielded from the full knowledge of what his mother did. One day he'll be old enough to understand. One day he'll have to reconcile the image of his mother with the reality of her crime. The murder of Thomas Burchard is a story about many things. It's about generosity exploited. It's about obsession and manipulation. It's about the dangers of creating relationships built on financial dependence rather than genuine connection. It's about rage unleashed and lives destroyed. But perhaps most fundamentally, it's a reminder that kindness, while virtuous, must be tempered with wisdom. Tom Burchard wanted to help people. Wanted it so badly that he ignored every warning sign, every red flag, every indication that Kelsey Turner was using him. He saw what he wanted to see, a young mother who needed support, someone he could save. Kelsey Turner saw what she wanted to see, a wealthy older man who would fund her lifestyle indefinitely, who wouldn't dare cut her off because he was too invested, too emotionally entangled. When she realized he would dare, when she understood that the money might stop, she made a choice that destroyed multiple lives. Tom's her own, Logan's, Diana's, and most tragically, her son's. Judy Earp's words at sentencing captured something essential. I never realized such evil existed in this world until this happened. That's what cases like this force us to confront, the reality that evil isn't always monstrous and obvious. Sometimes it wears a pretty face and posts glamorous photos on Instagram. Sometimes it looks like a young mother who needs help. Sometimes it hides behind tears in a courtroom. Thomas Kurt Burchard was 71 years old when he died. He'd spent 40 years helping children, decades building a life and a practice, years loving Judy Earp. All of it ended on a garage floor in Las Vegas, at the hands of people he'd tried to help. As you drift off to sleep tonight, perhaps think about Tom not as a cautionary tale, not as a victim of his own kindness, but as a reminder that we're all vulnerable in some way. We all have blind spots. We all want to believe in the goodness of others, even when evidence suggests otherwise. Tom believed in Kelsey's goodness longer than he should have. And it cost him everything. Rest in peace, Dr. Thomas Burchard. May your patients remember your magic tricks. May your loved ones remember your gentle heart. And may your story remind us all that generosity should never come at the cost of our own safety and well-being. That concludes tonight's story. The case of Dr. Thomas Burchard and Kelsey Turner, the tragedy born of manipulation, greed, and violence. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.